Alright everyone, welcome back, we're gonna be continuing on Tyrion Cuthbert. I was like really enjoying this the last time I started playing. So I'm gonna continue on here and we're gonna see let me just switch this over for y'all. Dun 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 dun. Get the game set up and everything. Doo-doo. Is it bad if sometimes I forget to do the stuff I'm supposed to do? Like, I get so into the music that I forget that while the music's playing, that's supposed to be like when I'm doing stuff. And sometimes I just will spend that time being a goofy goober, completely forgetting that that is something I'm supposed to do. Alright, let's go ahead and get this all started, and bada bing, bada boom. Alright, in we are. Load game. The cold-hearted aristocrat. Let's load that up. Let's say data, you might lose. Yeah, that's all I've got. Okay. You pick up the negative emotions of the prisoners nearby. It's a heavy and almost crushing feeling. You've always had to avoid crowded places because of how sensitive you are to people's thoughts. You've never felt this much concentrated despair before. Oh, it's you! Wait, let me, one second, I gotta look. Okay, crowded places. Okay, Celeste is lying down on the cold floor of one of the dungeon cells. But she immediately gets up as soon as she sees you. What are you doing here? Miss Tamara told me about what happened to your father. I'm so sorry. I just don't understand. I don't understand any of this. Why would someone do this? And why are they blaming me for it? I'm not sure about the details, but it's clear that there were elements of magic involved in what happened. Since they arrested you based on that evidence, I can only conclude one thing. Celeste, you're a mage, aren't you? There's no sense in hiding it anymore. Yes, I am. Do you have noble blood? Of course not. Why would you say that? Sorry, but the ability to use magic is hereditary. Most mages tend to have some kind of noble blood. I honestly don't like thinking about that. I'm the daughter of Jolene and Flynnhart McCoy. That's all I need to know about myself. It would probably be best not to push the matter further. Anyways, you were probably arrested because you're a mage. What? A crime was committed using magic, and you were the only mage around at the time. Is that seriously the only reason? I only know how to cast one spell. The Arcane Inquisition doesn't care about the truth. They only care about closing their cases. Celeste, your case is being pushed to trial. You're going to be brought before a judge within the hour. What? No one told me anything! Damn it, they weren't even planning on telling her? If you'll have me, I'd like to be your defense counsel for the trial. I forgot that you were an attorney. Would you really do that for me? After everything I've seen them do, I can't just stand by and do nothing. But they're a part of the kingdom. Do we even have a chance? That's what it is. Celeste, man, king, or god, I won't let them do anything to you. What? Sorry, it's just something I have a habit of saying. No, don't apologize. I really appreciate you doing this. It's clear this entire situation is bittersweet for her. And because of the Inquisition's delays, you haven't had any time to investigate the crime scene. You were confident before, but you begin to doubt whether or not you can really do this. Everything is happening so fast. It feels unreal. No, you have to do this. This is the exact reason why you became a lawyer. No matter what happens, you'll acquit Celeste. Thanks, we're already in the trial and we have no evidence? Oh my goodness, this is crazy. A courtroom. A I'm in a real courtroom. Actually, entering the courtroom has taken a lot of wind out of your sails. You've never been here as an attorney before. You've only ever acted as Miss Tamura's assistant. Area Steelwind. Age 18, occupation prosecutor, arcane art evocation. Or evocation. The woman at the prosecutor's bench is staring at you. Miss Tamura mentioned her before you went to see Celeste. What was her name again? I think it was Arya Steelwind. Arya Steelwind, occupation prosecutor. You can feel the coldness of her glare burrowing into you. Why is she staring you down? Is she trying to intimidate you? Because it's working. Court is now in session for the trial of Celeste McCoy. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Oh, the defense is also ready, Your Honor. It doesn't necessarily sound very ready. Regardless, let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, please list the charges. The defendant is Celeste McCoy, a mercenary for hire and a registered mage. Wait, did she just say mercenary? Yeah, I had to take up a job after my family's tavern was shut down. Oh, right. That's not exactly the first occupation you choose. She's charged with second-degree murder and negligent misuse of the arcane arts. I see. So there was magic involved. Yes, the crime occurred within the McCoy Tavern, a local inn that shut down years ago. The locals reported hearing a loud commotion coming from within the building. Hours later, a carriage driver that was nearby checked the disturbance. It was then that he found the victim, the defendant's sword still impaling his dead body. The Inquisition has provided an autopsy report and a record of the sword. Autopsy report Flintheart McCoy has been added to your notes. Type clue. Died after being stabbed from behind with a magical blade. Fatal wound shows heavy traces of transmutation magic. And that's the only type of magic that she knows. Damn, of course. Celeste sword. Type clue. The alleged murder weapon. It's an ornately designed sword, but it has no magical properties. Celeste sword has been added to your notes. What was the defendant's relationship with the victim? I see that they share the same last name. The defendant is the victim's daughter, but not by blood. She was adopted into the family when she was an infant. Her birth parents are currently unknown. I see. One unfortunate turn of events. So she could have royal blood. Like, even though she's saying that those are her parents, she could very well have noble blood, and that would make sense with why she has, why she's a mage. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Name's Orem White. I'm commander of the Arcane Inquisition. Orem, could you please testify about the details of the Inquisition's investigation? Yeah. Witness testimony. We got a call late at night. Someone discovered a dead body inside the McCoy Tavern. When we arrived on the scene, we found Flintheart McCoy dead on the floor. The defendant's sword was still inside of him. We have several witnesses who heard the victim and defendant in a loud argument before the body was discovered. Their argument must have turned ugly, because the defendant killed the victim using her magic sword. Isn't that really incriminating? One of her possessions is the murder weapon? Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. You open your mouth to respond, but nothing comes out. You can't think of anything to say. Everything is blank. Mr. Cuthbert? Hey, what are you doing? This is the part where you say something, right? I'm sorry, I don't. Your anxiety is just getting worse, and your breaths are becoming more and more desperate. Are you hyperventilating? Sigh, what a disappointment. I was hoping to fight against the infamous Ruby Tamura today, but it's clear you can't even hold a candle to her. Your Honor, it's clear that the defense has nothing to say against the prosecution's overwhelming evidence. Yep, this case is pretty open and shut. No, wait! This isn't what's supposed to happen. I'm sorry, Tyrion. I couldn't acquit Prey. She was found guilty. What? But that means... Oh, so this is a flashback. Someone else This is probably why he became a defense attorney. Aren't they going to execute her? Are they going to execute her? No, not again. Are you seriously going to let that happen again? Tyrion! Celeste grabs your shoulders and shakes you out of your panic. You need to calm down. Her gaze is calm and focused despite the gravity of the situation, but she looks stern, not angry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to... Stop. Just listen to me. You know what to do, right? Just do it the same way you play chess. What? I don't know, you were just so calm and focused when we were playing before. No matter how close I got to beating you, you always knew how to stay calm and win. So just channel that feeling and look at the pieces? That doesn't make any sense. And yet, you take a moment to focus and let everything else disappear from the world. Every statement that he made, every word that came out of his mouth, each of those is a possible weakness that you can attack. Every bleak moment can be turned around. You just need to consider every angle. My apologies for the delay, Your Honor. The defense is ready to begin cross-examining the witness. Very well. There we go. Thank God that worked. Carefully examine every statement he made and find something that contradicts the evidence in your notes. Once you do that, present the contradicting evidence and prove that his testimony is false. Cross-examinations. You're cross-examining a witness. Carefully examine each statement they made and find the statement that contradicts a clue, a spell, or a profile in your notes. Once you identify the false statement, click the present button and present the contradicting evidence to move forward. I'll call it at night. Someone discovered a device inside the McCoy's hat. Arrived on the scene, we found phone number on the floor. The defendant's stored was still inside of him. Several witnesses heard the victim. The argument. Has no magical properties. What does this do? That's conjecture. Oh. Crap. I don't push the press button yet. Wasn't there plenty of people around who could have committed the crime? That tavern has been closed for years. The defendant, the victim, and Ruby Tomorrow were the only ones there before the body was oh, okay. Press just presses them, I think. I could be wrong. Defendant, the victim, and Ruby Tomorrow were the only ones there before the body was discovered. Plus, the murder weapon definitely belonged to her. It's a given that Mr. Moore didn't do this, and it'll be hard to prove that someone else was at the crime scene. But you can't help but feel that there's something off about what he just said. You shouldn't have panicked so much before. His testimony is straightforward, but that will actually make this easier. Assuming that Miss McCoy is innocent, there has to be a flaw in his logic. You just need to compare every statement to each piece of evidence in your notes. Once you find a contradiction, present that piece of evidence to the contradicting statement. Their argument must have turned ugly because the defendant killed the victim using her... Oh, here, it changed. It changed by doing press. See? Because now it's saying the defendant killed the victim. Before, it was just saying they found the sword in the body. So now I can change this. But she has been transfusion. Is there a way to change that? I'm gonna go with the autopsy here.
Objection!
Your Honor, it's clear that the witness's testimony is contradictory, and this piece of evidence proves it. Let's see how that proves anything, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, I guess you're right. let me look through this. It really did not give me a lot. This doesn't help at all. Oh, let me just try pressing everything. At what time exactly did you get this call? Okay, oh, that's what happens. I can press each individual statement. So that's why the fourth statement changed. So I can press every single individual statement. It doesn't just have to be the last one. Okay. At what time exactly did you get this call and who discovered the body? The call came in at 1:25 a.m. As for the witness who discovered it, he wanted to remain incognito. It's not unusual for a witness to stay anonymous. It's well within their right. But this would be a lot easier if you could question the witness directly. What happened when you arrived, Commander? Press. How did you know that the sword was my client's? Ultra bottom. Okay, okay. Her sword is made out of some kind of special alloy. I think it was forged out of the country or something. It'd be hard to mistake something like that. We also have several eyewitnesses who verified that the sword belonged to the defendant. She made no effort to hide it from the public. Quite the contrary, she was quite proud to show it off. But even if the sword belongs to my client, that doesn't necessarily mean that she was the one who stabbed him. Yeah, well. Okay, let's read through everything we have so far. Someone discovered a dead body. We didn't get anything off of that. We arrived, we found the defendant's sword was still inside of him. We have several witnesses who heard the victim and defendant. Okay, let's press on this. How did they know it was my client and the victim that were arguing? You were there, weren't you? You had to have heard them too. Every witness we talked to knew it was them. Well. Your Honor, it's clear that the defense is playing devil's advocate. Even he should have recognized their voices. Well, they've got you there. So this is the only thing that changed. When I pressed this, the argument must have turned ugly because... Can I press again? That's conjecture. Wait, the defendant, the victim, and Ruby Tomorrow were the only ones there before the body was discovered. Wait, that's not true. What he just said isn't true. Because he was there, right?
Objection!
Fuck. Yo, I'm bad at this. Yo! Bruh, I am not good. This is not at all like my Danganronpa days. I used to get these and now I suck. There's only 2 pieces of evidence. This is the first one. How am I struggling this much? Should you take pictures of crime scenes and write notes telepathically? Every attorney has one. Magical rune still allows you to take pictures of crime scenes. Write notes. But it has no magical properties? Would it be this then?
Objection!
Oh, okay. Well, it was throwing me off because it said that it had no magical properties, right? But she has transmutation magic, so I figured it didn't matter that the weapon doesn't have magical properties. Okay, whatever. Commander White, you testified that the victim was killed using the defendant's magical sword. Am I correct? Yeah, it's pretty obvious when you look at the crime scene. I think I'd actually have to disagree with you on that. The defendant's sword couldn't have possibly been the murder weapon. What are you talking about, kid? The sword was inside his body. Of course that's what killed him. That may be the case, but take a look at the autopsy report. It states that the fatal wound had heavy traces of magic. So how would a non-magical sword leave traces of magic on the body? What? To leave a trace like that, the wound would have had to have been created with something magical. My client's sword may look fancy and expensive, but it is entirely mundane. That doesn't make a lick of sense. If the sword didn't kill him, then why was it in the body? Yes, I find that quite strange as well. Well, there's only one reasonable explanation, Your Honor. The wound was created magically, and someone shoved the sword into the wound afterward. What the hell are you talking about? The defendant is a damned mage. She could have easily killed the victim using magic. That may be, Commander, but why would she kill the victim using magic and then stab him with her own sword? She would just be incriminating herself. No, if anything, this series of evidence proves one thing. Someone used magic to kill the victim, and then they pushed my client's sword into the wound to frame her.
Objection!
Don't get ahead of yourself. What? Your Honor, the defense is trying to spin the facts in his favor. He claims that a third party committed the crime and used the sword to frame the defendant. But wouldn't the simpler explanation be this? Magic was being channeled through the sword at the time of death. See, that's why I thought that it wasn't that. Because if she has transmutation magic, then even if the sword isn't magical, then she could still use the magic with the sword. That's why I didn't present that one. But, okay. I do see the logic in it, but this is what I was thinking when I read that it didn't have magical properties. That is what left the magical trace on the body. Commander, please tell the defense how the murder was committed using magic. What? Alright. I think I see where you're going with this. Witness testimony. Damn, imagine the guy who you paid to defend you calls you broke. Damn. It's true that the sword itself isn't magical, but magic can still be channeled through it. That defendant over there, her spell compendium has a spell called Mage Blade. She must have used it on her sword before stabbing the victim. That spell is the reason why there were traces of transmutation magic on the wound. So her spell compendium contains a spell called Mage Blade. A spell compendium is a magical device that lists every spell a mage can cast. Luckily, Celeste's compendium only contains one spell. That means she can only cast that one spell. Celeste, do you have your spell compendium with you? No, I left it at the tavern after. Well, you know. If you can't look at the description for Mage Blade, you have to approach this another way. The commander's testimony was a lot vaguer this time. If you can press his statements, you might be able to find new information that you can use against him. Pressing statements. During cross-examinations, you can press statements to acquire more information. Sometimes pressing the right statement can make the witness add a statement to their testimony. It's true that the sword itself isn't magical, but magic can still be channeled through it. The defendant over there, her spell has a spell called Mage. She must have used it on her sword before stabbing the victim. Suppose the reason why there were traces of transmutation magic on the wound. Let's try pressing this. She used a spell like that. Wouldn't that have created traces of magic on the ground? How so? Well, let's say we follow the prosecution's theory. That would mean that the victim fell to the ground with the sword still inside him. At this point, Mage Blade would still be active, right? It would definitely leave a magical trace on the ground after making physical contact with it. We're already way ahead of you. We had our people scan the crime scene, and we found traces of transmutation magic right under the body, just like you said. Oh. If you still don't believe me, I have a picture of the crime scene right here. Oh? Why was this picture not brought to my attention? There was no need. This entire case is open and shut. Crime scene picture. Ooh, this could be very useful. Type clue. Picture of Flintheart McCoy after he was murdered. You've seen pictures of the dead before, but it feels different now that the body is of someone you knew. Looks like there are traces of magic on the ground. But this shape is a little weird, isn't it? What was that just now? You can see it right in this photo. She killed him with a stab from the front. From the front! But the testimony says he was stabbed from the back! Fatal wound shows heavy traces. Died after being stabbed from behind.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Commander White, but it seems that you've presented another glaring contradiction. Oh yeah? And what's that? And in the picture it shows the sword going straight through his belly from the front. Yeah, I don't know how I missed that. You said that my client stabbed the victim from the front. Am I correct? Yeah, you can see it plain in that picture. So where's your contradiction? That's the thing, Commander. Your picture clearly shows that the victim was stabbed from the front. But the autopsy report says that he died from a stab from behind.
Objection!
What? Orem, you were supposed to release everything that you had. Why wasn't this photo given to me? There was no need. There's no way it could have been anyone other than that damn mage. Murmurs ring out across the gallery. It didn't matter how corrupt the justice system was. They wouldn't be able to cover up such blatant incompetence. You have them right where you want them. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? I'll tell you what the meaning behind this is, Your Honor. As the autopsy report states, the victim died from a stab wound originating from his back. But this photo clearly shows that the sword entered from his front. This can only mean one thing. That it couldn't have been that she used Mage Blade on the sword, or else the sword would have been going in through the back. The sword was inserted into the wound after the fatal wound had already been created. That's crazy. Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Then please enlighten me, Commander White. How else would the sword be facing the opposite way? Do you think my client stabbed the victim with the hilt of her sword? I didn't think so. What really happened is clear. The real murderer stuck the sword through the victim's wound to implicate my client. But they made a careless mistake and stuck the sword through the opposite side.
Objection!
Okay. Let me read through the chat really fast. Pro tip, if you don't instantly see what could be a contradiction, press everything. Okay, valid. As someone who has been part of a jury before, this game makes me happy to know what's going on. Bro's in the fetus position. You mean the fetal? Straight Yamcha'd. Bro said there was no need while it's a literal trial. Orem is worse than Gumshoe at times. Oh no! I played through the entirety of the first one and Gumshoe was horrible, bro! It appears that I underestimated you, Mr. Cuthbert. I said what I said. But you've still got ahead of yourself. Really, Miss Steelwind? I believe that Mr. Cuthbert has adequately cast doubt on your case. Oh, did he now? Then let me ask you one question, Mr. Cuthbert. If your client didn't kill Flintheart McCoy, then who did? How should I know? If I'm not mistaken, it's the commander's job to figure that out. Oh, I'm well aware of the commander's incompetence, but one fact still stands. There was magic detected on the wound and the sword. Would you like for me to tell you how many mages live in that small town? I don't like where she's going with this. Just one. There's only one registered mage in that entire town, and that mage is your client. What? The defendant was also established to have been with the victim hours before his death. She was the last known person with him, and she was the only mage there. In addition to that, I have several witnesses who heard them arguing. How she murdered the victim is simply an unanswered question. I see. That certainly does change matters. I can't say that the prosecution's evidence is irrefutable, but there is still evidence that casts guilt upon the defendant. Damn it, you almost had them. There are far too many unanswered questions for me to pass a verdict. We will give law enforcement time to clear these unknowns. I suggest that they conduct their investigation more thoroughly this time. We will resume the trial tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned. Hello, Cuthbert. As you walk out of the courtroom with the Celeste, you are greeted by Miss Tamora. Miss Tamora, you're here? You recall how you froze up during the first cross-examination. You feel a little ashamed that your mentor saw all of that. Well, at the end of the day, you were able to pull it together, and once you did that, you performed adequately. On that note, I wanted to give you this. Okay, that's what I said. On the flip side, the judge that was assigned to my class, to my case, had a better hairline compared to this judge. They gave bro the back of Magneto's cut. Yacht! That's what I'm saying, Miss Tamora, a baddie. I mean, what? Yo, that's a crazy. Do not watch the first part of this when I upload it, because I did not say crazy stuff about Miss Tamora. Not good. No! No! No, I haven't said anything. So let's spell compendium. It's Celeste McCoy's spell compendium. It contains the formula for the following spell: Mage Blade. Mage Blade. School, transmutation, incantation, arcane, gesture, none, duration 1 minute, concentration, yes. For the duration of the spell, the edges of this object, usually a blade, become unnaturally sharp, making it more effective at slashing through tough material. While under the effects of this spell, the object emits a yellow radiant glow. The target object must be no longer than a 5-foot cube. Notes. My spell compendium. Oh, down bad for real. I'm just a big lover of assets. Don't lie and say you wouldn't. It's easy. I'm just saying, bro. Like, she might be 46, but like, hey, I like them older. Hey, no, I mean, what? That is wild. Who would even? Wow, you know, that's crazy. That is wild. Who would even say something like that, bro? Objections! He's coming. That's hilarious. I swiped it from the dining area before the Inquisition arrived. I thought it'd be best for you to have it. So, this is your spell compendium. It only has one spell, Mage Blade. This means that the prosecution has to prove that Celeste used that specific spell. It will restrict how they approach this case, which gives you an edge over them. But that prosecutor is really something else. You mean Prosecutor Steelwind? You can still remember her ripping glare. It gives you chills just thinking about it. You wouldn't even know it, but this was also her first trial. Really? I thought that her inexperience would make for a good first opponent. But that girl, she's a natural in the courtroom. It makes me wonder why a Steelwind would choose to become an attorney in the first place. What do you mean? The Steelwinds are a powerful noble house. Of the noble families, they are one of the few who answer directly to the king. Most members of their house take high-ranking positions in the kingdom's military. So it's a bit strange that she chose to become a prosecutor despite that. Steelwind. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. In any case, it's best that you focus on the trial. You have about a day until court resumes. Right. Now that I have time, I'd like to ask you some questions, Celeste. Namely about that argument you had with your father. Oh. You see the bailiff staring daggers at Celeste. It looks like they're waiting to take her back to the cell. Whatever questions you have for her will have to wait. I should probably go. Celeste walks away while avoiding eye contact with you. Bringing up her argument with Flintheart may have struck a nerve. I'll also use this opportunity to investigate the crime scene. Okay, let's read this. Power, huh? Military, huh? Tamora's personality isn't the best. Oh my god, Doggy was crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if the Inquisition missed something. You utterly embarrassed them today. Don't expect them to make the same mistake twice. Right, there's still a lot of things we don't know about. As much as I hate to admit it, your skills of deduction far surpass mine. If anyone can figure out what really happened that night, it's you. Would you like to save your progress? Yes. Boom. Boom. Bada bing bada. What is that? I'm sorry, that just looks so goofy. You arrive back at the McCoy Tavern. Luckily for you, the Inquisition set up a teleportation circle for you to use. With that circle, you could magically teleport between the capital and the crime scene instantaneously. It's definitely miles better than having to travel by carriage. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Commander White takes notice of you as you enter the tavern. Looks like he's working with a team of knights to investigate the crime scene. I'm the defense attorney in this case. I have just as much right to investigate this crime scene as you do. Yeah, whatever. Just remember, I got my eye on you, kid. I can do lots of stuff. Examine. Let's talk really fast. Let's question him. CC Zemo, what? I'm about that. That's right, CC. I'm a fucking freak. Oh my god, CC's tweaking out. You're killing him. You're killing him. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the case. As if I'd help the likes of you. I saw who your boss is, and I know what you're up to. That witch probably sent you here to con me. What? I'm just looking for some information. Likely story. He was cooperative before when he let you see Celeste. Why is he being so stubborn now? Is he angry that you embarrassed him in court today? In any case, you won't get anywhere at this rate. If you want his help, you'll need to persuade him through an argument. Psychological profiles. It helps to prepare before starting an argument with someone. Talk to Orem or present items to him to build a psychological profile for him. If you successfully fill the profile gauge, you'll receive more information during any arguments against him. So right now it's not filled at all, so let's just examine what we can. Which is like everything. Okay. It's a painting of a mage, and there's some text on it. So Mala Dalian, a legendary practitioner of the arcane arts, he mysteriously disappeared one day. It's rumored that he was developing a formula for a new transmutation spell. However, he was reckless in casting the spell. And Dalian quickly lost control of its magic. His body was never found. Many speculate that he didn't actually die during the accident, but if that's true, where did he end up? Sounds like a cautionary tale against using magic. That might explain why Flintheart keeps it in his tavern. It's a painting of a man in a suit. There's some text on it. Adam Evely? Politician of the Pedantic. I've heard of this guy. He's some kind of politician from one of the nations west of here. I heard he's pretty much a shoo-in to win whatever election they have going there. An election? Was Flintheart studying democracies for his little revolution? There's a modern-looking lamp mounted on the wall. It's a lamp powered by artificery. I didn't expect to find something this sophisticated in a town like this. Bah, artificery is just another form of magic. Actually, artificery draws from surrounding ley lines to... I didn't ask for a science lesson, kid. Anyways, look where artificery got these folks. The arcane power cell broke and they haven't had any power for weeks. Yep, nothing can beat good old oil and flame. Broken power cell has been added to your notes. The McCoy Inn is outfitted with several lamps powered by artificery. However, the arcane power cell has been broken for weeks. The lamps can't be turned on. Okay. That's good. That's good information. So any of the lamps now will have a check mark. Both paintings have a check mark. Okay, let's check the table. The Inquisition lit some candles, but there's a magical lamp right there. I wonder why they're not using those instead. So that's just to check it out. Okay. Guess what? Next! Oh shit! Just realized your schedule section is out of it. Yeah, I really need to update that. Now that I'm like getting back into the swing of things, it is very bad. Very messed up. I know! I was gone for a while. Forgive me. Forgive me. It's been a while. Let's check this glass. There's a broken bottle on the floor, shattered close to the chalk outline of the body. The label has the words Lotus Juice on it. I've never heard of that brand before. It must be foreign. Shattered bottle of Lotus Juice. type clue. The shattered remains of a glass bottle. You find it next to Flintheart McCoy's body. The label says the words lotus juice. Shattered bottle of lotus juice has been added to your notes. And outline. There's a chalk outline of a person on the ground of the tavern. This is probably where Flintheart died. The outline matches the picture that the Inquisition took. Nothing seems out of place here. Okay, let's go ahead and move. Oh wow, there's a lot of places to go. Okay, let's try the McCoy Tavern upstairs. This is where we were. And we passed him that night. Area Steelwind. If people keep seeing you here, they're going to start asking questions. Leave the investigation to me. All you have to do is stay quiet until the trial's over. While heading upstairs, you spot the prosecutor having a conversation with someone. They seem to be in some kind of argument. Enough. I will do as I see fit. You may be a Steelwind, but this is my land. Oh, sorry. Oh, you're that defense attorney from the trial. I am. I'm sorry, but who? Ah, how rude of me. My name is Lord Garrick Pierce, the ruling noble of this land. Occupation nobleman, named Garrick Pierce. As the ruling noble, I suppose I should thank you for playing your role in the current trial. As misguided as it may be. Arcane art, none. None? But he used magic. Or was it his, or did he make his, or does he not have magic and he used his, made his, no, but the fatal blow had I'm lost. So has he hidden it that he has magic? No. This is Tyrion Cuthbert. When it goes back to him, I suppose that you also think my client is guilty. Transmutation! He also has transmutation. Okay, see? Okay, there it is. Stop sinking into the bottom behavior. Okay, you know what? It does not matter what I think. This entire scandal has done nothing but rile up the common folk. Magic is a gift for the nobility and the nobility alone. It is a symbol of the aristocracy and our divine right to rule, and now that bastard child has tainted that symbol in the public eye. All that has nothing to do with her. She's just an innocent woman who got wrapped up in all of this. Even if she is innocent, the charges have been laid and made public. Someone must take the fall, lest the public accuse the justice system of corruption. So you're saying that she should be found guilty even if she's innocent? What do you suppose will happen if she's acquitted? All the public will see is a mage going free despite a myriad of evidence. That alone would be enough to cause public outrage. Tensions between the aristocracy and the common folk are high enough as it is. What is one insignificant girl when compared to the stability of our great kingdom? That's enough. Stop antagonizing him, Pierce. I can't refute what he said, but I don't agree with it. What? The system should be based on truth and justice, not on public opinion. Then why are you working against my client? Do you honestly think she's the kind of person that would kill her father? It doesn't matter what kind of person she appears to be. The evidence clearly points to her as the only possible killer. But you should fight according to your own ideals, just as I will fight for mine. It's hard to get a read on that woman. Let's examine what we can. Several doors lead to guest rooms. Aside from the rooms that you and Miss Tamora used, they don't look like they've been open for quite some time. There are some candles lighting up the hallway. They look like they used to be a part of the old architecture. There's candles in the doors. There's that door at the end of the hallway. Everything else seems to have a check on it. There's a door at the end of the hallway. Looks like it's seen some use recently. Try to open the door, but it seems to be locked. Perhaps someone might have a key to open it. That's to talk with Celeste. That's back there. Let's move here and see what we can do. Alright. It also states you flat as a board. Oh, yo, Kano, how's it going? Yo, this game's actually really cool. If you have any interest in games like Danganronpa or Phoenix Wright, this game has been really fun, and I've been really enjoying it. So yeah, that's all that's going on my end. How have things been for you? Oh, Cuthbert, you're back already. Sorry, I guess I'm just a little lost about where to go next. Well, I suppose I can give you some guidance this time. Assistance. Maybe she's trying to copy us, an attorney and a mage. Okay. Sometimes it helps to speak with someone about the investigation. One character will almost always be able to assist you. You can speak with them about the investigation, or ask them where to go next. Right now, Ruby Tamura is assisting you, but who knows, maybe someone else might help you in the future. Let's examine. It's a painting of a knight. There's some text under it. General David Serrano, former chief of the King's Guard, a beloved ally of House Steelwind who served during the Great Luminite War. The annals of history have... The annals? 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 I feel like I said that wrong. But anyway, have countless tales of his courage, wit, and heroism. With this plaque, we thank and honor him for coming to the defense of our kingdom in our greatest time of need. Yeah, I know, I pronounced that wrong. Anyway. It's a painting of a knight. There's some text under it. Sir Diego, former commander of the Arcane Inquisition. Well beloved by both the people and his fellow knights. After many years of service, Commander Diego retired with honors. With this plaque, we thank and honor him for his dedication and commitment to the kingdom of Wyverngard. Good. Nice. It's a bench outside the courtroom. I used to sit here as a child when Miss Tamura was defending her clients. This door leads to the courtroom. Fates of countless people have been decided beyond these doors. Okay, that's everything we can check. Let's talk with her. The investigation. You haven't really found out anything, have you? Sorry, I just thought I'd check with you first. Can't always hold your hand, Cuthbert. You need to move to the crime scene and look for evidence that you can use. Okay. Where should I go next, Miss Tamura? Well, you haven't really gone anywhere. You should really head to the crime scene. Right, of course. Okay. Present. What if I just present evidence to her? Will this help me at all? Don't waste my time, Cuthbert. Sorry. I'm guessing she's not going to help at all. She's just there to tell us to check the crime scene, which I already did. I'll go talk with the commander in a second, but first I want to talk to Celeste. You return to the dungeon to speak with Celeste, but when you check the cell that she was being kept in, you see that it's empty. The Inquisition must be questioning her. I should come back later. Let's examine what we can. The torches are hanging on the wall of the cell. It seems a bit irresponsible to put a potentially harmful item in here with the prisoners. Perhaps the Inquisition doesn't care about that. The cell has a barred window. Even if a prisoner somehow broke through the bars, there's a 3-story drop to freedom. There's only one locked door that leads into the cell, and it seems to be locked by some kind of magical mechanism. Okay. Let's go back to the tavern, and I think I've built enough of a profile here that when I talk with him, I should be able to have some kind of argument with him. So, what does the Arcane Inquisition do exactly? You trying to pick a fight with me? No, I'm just genuinely curious. Well, I'm sure you already know, but us Inquisitors investigate crimes that involve magic. Do crimes like this happen often? Nah, maybe once in a blue moon. It makes sense, most mages are in the nobility after all. Even if they're untouchable, they don't make a habit of getting into trouble with the law. You must have an easy job then. You got that right. The only reason we exist is to clean up the nobility's messes. He doesn't seem that happy about that. Okay, that helped. Mages. Commander White, you seem to speak negatively about my client's magic. Do you have a personal grudge against mages? You're damn right I do. Wow, he didn't even try to deny it. And if you had any sense, you would too. All a mage has to do is wave their hands and say some magic nonsense. Then you suddenly have a dead body on the ground. And don't get me started on mage blight. If some noble uses their magic too much, they end up snapping and going on a rampage. I don't know if this is going too far, but why join the Inquisition if you hate mages so much? Considering the fact that, my job is to sweep the nobility's crimes under the rug. Sorry, I didn't mean to insinuate. Nope, you have the right of it. Anytime a noble is involved in a case, I'm ordered to look the other way. You don't seem very happy to do that. Why would you stay in this line of work? Because every once in a while, I'm allowed to put a criminal mage behind bars. We can't go after the nobles, but any other mage is fair game. Or at least, they were before your boss showed up. Your boss? Does he have something against Miss Tamura? I'm missing something right there. Let me see if I can go talk with, Let me go see if I can talk with Celeste now. No. What about here? Can I talk with her now? What am I supposed to do? Help me out. Oh, wait. I can present information before I start the argument, I think. Move back to the tavern. Let's present some evidence to him and see if we can get any information. Shard remains of a glass bottle he found in. I wonder what lotus juice is. It's definitely not any drink that I've heard of. Must be some kind of imported brand. So, this place has been without power for about a week. I wonder if there's any information I can infer from that. They've been using candles to keep the place lit. This is exactly why you can't rely on magic. I've never seen a real spell compendium before. I'm still not exactly sure how they work. Spell compendiums are magical devices that display exactly which spells a mage can cast. You can probably guess, but the Inquisition uses these things all the time, right? Having that information is definitely a blessing for the defense and the prosecution. So what do you think about this? I don't know what you're expecting me to say. Not much to say about that. It'd be best to try something else. Mage's sword really is strange. It's almost a shame that we had to confiscate it. Is it really that abnormal? It's definitely not like any sword. It's definitely not like any kind of sword I've seen. I wonder if it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms. Autopsy report seems to be pretty detailed in some aspects and vague in others. Why is that? I'm not sure about the details, but the autopsy is performed by a mage who studies divination. Their magic gives us details about how someone dies, but there's always a few blind spots. Blind spots? Like what? Well, for one thing, if someone mucks around with the body after death, the report becomes muddled. Divination magic can tell what happened to a body, but not in what order and at what times. But someone definitely stabbed Flintheart's body with Celeste's sword. If what he's saying is true, it will be that much harder to figure out what kind of weapon originally killed him. What do you think about this? I don't know what you're expecting me to say. Not much to say about that. I think I tried something else. I guess I just have to begin the... Oh, no, something else popped up. I have to ask, did something happen between you and Miss Tamora? Miss Tamora. What are you, her lackey or something? No, actually, she's my guardian. Oh, I didn't know she even had a... Look, kid, I don't know what the deal is between you two, but no good will ever come from associating with her. This is about the rumors, isn't it? Throughout the years, there have been several insidious rumors surrounding Miss Tamora. She's been accused of forgery, blackmail, and all manner of illegal activities. It's clearly misinformation spread by the nobility to discredit her. She's always been fine with it, but you can't help but get angry on her behalf. It's more than just rumors. I've seen it for myself. That woman is evil, kid. She defends mages who don't have the protection of the nobility. She's not evil. She's a hero. Yeah, whatever. Worm White's psychological profile is complete. Okay, see, that's what I was waiting for, was for that to complete so I could begin the argument. Good, got a job. Nice! Finished year 11. Let's go. What happened? Oh, okay. Argument. Commander White seems unusually hostile towards you, and you have a feeling it's not just because you've embarrassed him in court today. If you can clear up this misunderstanding, you might be able to convince him to help you. Start an argument? Yes. Let's do it. Currently grinding Marvel Rivals. Let's go. W game. I might stream it at some point. Alright, I'm just going to come out and say it. You have a problem with me, Commander White? You should know exactly what my problem is with you. I saw who you work for. Do I have to spell it out for you? Ruby Tamora is a crooked lawyer. Or does your boss not tell you what she gets up to? What? Elocutions in arguments. Arguments are not always fought using hard evidence. Sometimes you need to elocute to convince your opponent that their claim is wrong. When promoted for an elocution, choose from one of the 3 possible responses. The correct response can be gleaned from reading your opponent's psychological profile. Defend. You have no right to throw baseless accusations against me or Miss Tamora. Deflect. Regardless of what Miss Tamora has done, I'm the one heading this case. It doesn't matter how you feel about me or Miss Tamora. What matters is that my client deserves a fair trial with fair representation. White is stubborn and stuck in his ways. He seems to have a grudge against her and will react negatively if you try to defend her. However, he will respect you if you defend yourself against personal attacks. Okay, so I don't want to defend. I'm the one heading this case. So don't mention Miss Tamora in my answer. I should do this. I'm the one heading this case. Regardless of what Miss Tamora has done, I'm the one heading this case. Whatever problems you have with her, they have nothing to do with me. It still hasn't changed the fact that you work for her. I've seen that woman do all kinds of shady shit in the cases I've worked. Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you name it. You're just another crook. I'll bet you're just the same, a successor for the devil of defense attorneys. That's why you need this. That's why you need to build the psychological profile so you know how to respond. I'm not Ruby tomorrow. Regardless of what you've seen her do, I'm going to run an honest case. Me being her successor has nothing to do with it. Forgery, bribery, blackmail. Have you seen me do any of those things? Because all I've done so far is point out the mistakes that you've made. Forgery, bribery, blackmail. Have you seen me do any of those things? Because all I've done so far is point out the mistakes that you've made. Look, kid, I like nothing more than to believe you. But after everything I've seen her do, I know better. I have no reason to trust you. Anyone taught by that woman can't be anything more than a crook. You have no proof that she's a crook, and you sure don't have any proof that I'm one either. Nothing that I've done has given you any reason to suspect me. You see me engage in any crook-like behavior. Let's go with defend. You made accusation after accusation against her with nothing to prove it. You have no proof that she's a crook, and you sure don't have any proof that I'm one either. Like I've been saying, I don't need any proof. I've seen how she works, and I don't have any proof that you're any different. Okay, so I can't use the defend at all. So does that mean that either of these would work? Right now, I'm just a defense attorney that's asking you for information. Nothing that I've done has given you any reason to suspect me. Okay, so it was literally just don't use defense. That was all I had to do. Okay. You just want some info, right? Yes, that's all I'm asking for. Alright, I'll answer your questions. Just don't make me regret this. You've successfully persuaded Orm White. Talk. Murder weapon. This probably goes without saying, but I don't believe that the sword is the murder weapon. Right, I guess you have to prove that someone else put the sword there. Did the Inquisition find anything suspicious on the scene? If you're asking if we found another bloody weapon lying around, we definitely didn't. That would be a little too convenient, wouldn't it? Let's say that the girl really is being framed. If there was another murder weapon, the killer probably walked out with it. Do you think they could have hidden it somewhere in the tavern? Doubt it. After the trial, Steelwind turned the place upside down and scanned it with their magic. Someone did hide a murder weapon here, and they hid it well. They hid it in plain sight. Interesting. Orm's mistake. I can't believe you made such an obvious mistake during your investigation. No, shut it with that. I already got an earful from Steelwind about that mess. Well, you don't have to worry about me mucking things up. Steelwind's basically taken over the entire investigation. Wait, does she have the authority to do that? Normally she wouldn't, but I know better than to go against orders from a noble. Right, there's definitely a strange power dynamic between them. But honestly, that girl sweats the details too much. She even had my men drop a skilled map of the crime scene. Wait, really? Do you have a copy? Sure, knock yourself out. Don't know how much good it'll do you. Crime scene map, Koi Tavern. Geometrically scaled map of the crime scene, that's really good. Steelwind. I heard that this was a prosecutor Steelwind's first trial. She must be pretty talented if that's true. Pain in my ass is what she is. That damn noble comes in here telling me how to do my job? I honestly have no idea what she's even doing in this line of work. I heard that she's from a renowned noble house. She must be a pretty powerful mage. Powerful isn't an understatement. The Steelwinds who came before her could turn this entire town into a glass crater. What? There's no way that's true, right? You think you found everything that you can here. But what does it all mean? There's no murder weapon to be found, and there's no obvious evidence of another person at the scene. Hey, you okay? You got quiet all of a sudden. Alright, just focus. Close your eyes and let everything else disappear from the world. Hey, you listening? So, there's no clear evidence pointing to another killer. There is, however, evidence pointing to how Flintheart moved before his death. What? What can we tell about how Flintheart died? There's no blood trail leading to or from the body. What does this imply about the location of Flintheart's death? Okay. So let's attack Flintheart before the murder. The killer. Okay, so it's gonna be the killer. Yes. Okay, the killer didn't move. Frame Celeste after the murder. There is no blood trail where Flintheart's body is. The lack of a blood trail tells us something important, namely where Flintheart was throughout the murder. The killer didn't move. Oh, the killer didn't move the body after the murder. Oh, no, Flintheart didn't move after the murder. During? Killer attacked Flintheart. Flintheart. Wouldn't it be Flintheart hadn't moved? Can we tell about how Flintheart died? Flintheart didn't move before the investigation. What? Okay, let me check this out. There was no blood trail. If there was no blood trail, then wouldn't that mean that he wasn't moved? Oh, maybe this. What? How is this not right? He didn't move. Unless it's this. Well, multiple of those answers were right. If he didn't move during, then that means he also didn't move before or after. Ugh, whatever. Flintheart died where he was attacked. He didn't move from his position at all. Oh, I guess that I get what it's saying now. He didn't move when he was attacked, because if he had moved from where he was originally attacked, there would be a blood trail of him, like, dragging his body across the ground. Yeah, I guess you're right. There's also the autopsy report. Why would the dead body move after it died? If someone else moved the body, like, I wasn't saying Flintheart himself moved himself. I'm saying that someone could have grabbed the body and dragged it, right? Like, the killer could have grabbed the body and dragged it. So I was trying to say that, like, the body, the corpse of Flintheart, not Flintheart himself, but the corpse of Flintheart didn't move. Obviously, I know that Flintheart couldn't move himself, but in this situation, when I'm thinking Flintheart, I'm not thinking Flintheart as past tense when he's still alive. I'm thinking Flintheart the corpse as well. But I guess it makes sense. The first one was assuming was under the assumption that they were all still alive, not Flintheart the corpse, Flintheart as he was still alive. And when looking at it like that, it makes sense. There's also the autopsy report, which says that he died from a stab from behind. He was probably caught off guard and was too incapacitated to move anywhere else. This means that the attack happened at the exact position he fell over. Crime scene map, McCoy Tavern has been updated in your notes. There's also the shattered bottle of lotus juice. How did the bottle shatter? I doubt it means anything, but the shattered bottle is right next to the body. Flintheart dropped the bottle. Wouldn't it be during? Flintheart dropped the bottle when he was attacked. From that, we can infer that he was holding it the moment before he was attacked. Sure, what's so strange about one bottle, though? It may seem like an insignificant detail, but that detail could help me infer other elements of what happened during the murder. Right. There's also the fact that the artificery lights were out. Were these candles here when you arrived at the crime scene, Worm? No, we had to light some so we could see the crime scene properly. We thought it was weird too. The girl and her father must have had their argument in pitch black darkness. What can we infer about the state of the crime scene? So they didn't light any candles to make up for the broken lights. The town had no witnesses. Basement. Basement had no lighting. No, the crime scene had no lighting during the murder. The crime scene had no lighting during the murder. The argument that Celeste had with Flintheart must have been spontaneous. They weren't planning to have a conversation in this room. In this darkness, Flintheart wouldn't have a lot of visibility. If he was stabbed from behind, he probably didn't see it coming. He was clearly surprised and was probably in too much shock to run away. Also, the bottle may seem insignificant, but he was holding it when he was attacked. Maybe he was pouring a drink for himself, or maybe it was for a visitor. Either way, the assailant must have been unseen by Flintheart. Kid, or the assailant attacked him from his blind spot while his back was turned. Why would his back be turned, though? Was he distracted by something? Kid! What? What was that all about? Sorry, sometimes I just get lost in my own thoughts. Yeah, well, cut it out. You're freaking me out. Right. Anyways, you think you found out everything you can here, you should move somewhere else. I think when I try to do these kinds of things, I get a little too, I see the evidence and, like, my brain comes up with, like, 10 different answers. And, like, it doesn't help that, like, when I'm picturing these things, I don't understand how they're trying to infer it, right? Like, if I had known that they were talking about Flintheart, like, if there had been, like, a parentheses underneath that clarified that it was Flintheart before he died, I wouldn't have gone down, like, assuming, like, saying, like, after the body. Like, obviously, it makes no sense that a dead body would move, but I now I'm just going back to the same old thing, but you get what I'm trying to say. You return to the cell that Celeste is being kept in. Prisoners are pissed. The ambient despair in the air fills your mind with like a horrendous stench. Do your best to ignore the emotions of the other prisoners, but you haven't had much practice blocking out this many people. As you arrive, you see Celeste huddled down in a corner. As soon as she sees you, her dour mood seems to lift, if only for a moment. Oh, hi, Mr. Cuthbert. There's no need to address me so formally. Just call me Tyrion. Okay. Anyways, I came here to ask you some questions about the case. Right. Talk. The trial. I'm sorry for freezing up like that. I almost lost us the trial. No, there's no need to apologize. You did great. It was only thanks to her. If she hadn't calmed you down, who knows what would have happened. But I still don't understand, though. Why were there traces of magic on my dad's body? Right. Those traces of magic were on the sword and the body. Magical traces are particles of magical residue that are left behind when a mage casts a spell. They only linger around for 48 hours, and that gives you a rough timeline of when and where a spell is cast. Did you cast Mage Blade on your sword that day? I did. I usually cast it when I train in the morning. That explains why there was a trace on the sword, at least. Did the trace on my sword leave the magical trace on my dad's body? No, magical traces can't be moved around physically. For a spell to leave a trace, it has to be active when physical contact is made. Really? What does that mean then? Whatever killed your father had a transmutation spell active on it at the time. The magical trace on your sword was just an unlucky coincidence. I can't believe this. McCoy, can you tell me more about your father? Sad and upset. Or not sad and, like, I guess worried. Sorry, I know this must be difficult after everything that's happened. No, it's okay. If it helps you, I'll try my best to answer your questions. Were you too close? We were. I'm sure you know this by now, but I was adopted by him and my mom. But even though I didn't have their blood, they treated me as if I did. He loved me with all his heart until what? Does this have something to do with the argument that they had? The argument. I'm sorry to say this, but I could hear your argument from my room that night. Could you tell me about what happened? For as long as I can remember, my dad has hated mages. I'm not sure why, but if you even mentioned magic around him, he'd fly into a rage. So I hid my magic from my family. Why even learn magic in the first place? If you really wanted to, you could have gone your whole life without using it. Ever since our tavern closed, my family's been in a lot of debt. I decided to become a mercenary and use magic to enhance my ability to fight. Most mages are in the nobility, so people pay a lot for a sellsword who can use magic. So that's why she's a mercenary. Celeste occupation, tech clue. Celeste McCoy learned magic so she could support her family as a mercenary. Apparently many people pay extra for a mercenary that can use magic. But I know now, learning magic was the biggest mistake I've ever made. On that night, my dad found my spell Oh shit, he found it the night that he died? That's what their argument was about? When he confronted me about it, I finally came clean to him. That's when he flew into another one of his rages. He shouted at me. He told me that I betrayed him and his family. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine how that must have felt. I deserved every bit of it. I knew how much he hated magic, but I learned to use it anyways. He showed me so much love and I just threw it all away. Don't say that. I'm sure he still loved you. No, I could see it in his eyes. He hated me. He died hating me. You feel a sharp pain in your chest as you see that thought. Locked door. So, there's a locked room in the tavern. It's at the very end of the hallway upstairs. The Inquisition probably searched it already, but I just wanted to investigate it to make sure. Locked room at the end of the hallway. I think that's my room. Do you know how I could get in there? It's the only room in the tavern that I haven't investigated. I feel a suspicious gaze from Celeste. What's that look for? I'm your lawyer. I'm not going to do anything weird. Sorry, you're right. Here, you can use this key to get inside. Celeste's bedroom key. The key to Celeste McCoy's bedroom in the McCoy Tavern. McCoy Tavern, Celeste's bedroom. You use the key to enter Celeste's room. However, you're startled when you notice that someone else is already inside. I've already told you knights everything that I know. What more do you... Oh? Aren't you Celeste's attorney? I am. Who are you? Oh, how rude of me. Jolene McCoy, I'm Celeste's mother. Why the hell are we just seeing you for the first time right now? What the fuck? I was at the trial this... Oh, okay, so she was at the trial. Chug! Okay, tell me when you get back and I'll chug. Not my energy drink. I'll chug my water. I got lots of water. Actually, I should go fill this up, but... I was at the trial this morning. I can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for my daughter. So this is Celeste's mother. She might be able to tell you more about Flintheart. About that... She might be able to tell you more about what? Flintheart. About that, do you mind if I ask you some questions for my investigation? Why are the mature women in this game baddies? You know what I mean? Anyway, of course, I'll do anything I can to help. Let's investigate the room. It's a painting of a woman with some sort of aquatic animal. Oh, I love that painting. Celeste brought it back from her travels. Supposedly, that woman is named Madeline Kipling. From what I've heard, she runs a wildlife sanctuary for endangered species. I think the animal in this painting is called a fay-kip. Celeste told me that she really likes them. That's interesting. You weren't aware that these kinds of creatures even existed. It's a table with several chairs. It must be used for entertaining guests. Doesn't look like it's seen much use, though. Think about the rug. The door. It's a door leading into the upstairs hallway. Fancy looking bed. Celeste had it custom made. Wouldn't something like this be really expensive? It was. I was really surprised when she returned from her travels. Apparently she was making a lot of gold from her job as a mercenary. Wow, you and Flintheart must have been happy for her. We are, but I still wish she'd get a less dangerous job. Top. Flintheart McCoy. Can you tell me why your husband hated mages so much? I understand that most people dislike the nobility and associate magic with them. But on that night, it's like he was furious at Celeste specifically because she was a mage. Oh, you must have talked to Celeste. I wasn't there when their argument happened, but I can only imagine what he said to her. Do you know what happened to him? Why does he hate magic so much? Celeste doesn't know about this, but years ago Flintheart had a sister named Effie. When I was a child, we were friends with a boy named Garrick Pierce. He was the son of the ruling noble at the time. Garrick Pierce. Isn't that the nobleman I was speaking with Steelwind? We were all inseparable at the time. He'd always sneak into town to play with us against his family's wishes. You probably weren't too happy about that. He was quite rebellious back then. He's a completely different person now. Everything changed when Garrick began learning how to use magic. One day when we were playing together, he wanted to show off the spells that he'd learned. He was told not to use his magic without his instructor there, but he was just too excited. He began casting his spells, but something went horribly wrong. He lost control of his magic and fatally wounded Effie. We tried bringing her back into town, but by that time it was too late. She was already gone. I'm sorry, that must have been traumatizing for all of you. The next day, the Arcane Inquisition came to investigate what happened. House Pierce used their connections to cover up what happened. They even threatened Flintheart's family and to keep him quiet. After that, the official story was that Effie had been mauled by a wolf. It's not surprising, the nobility seldom take responsibility for their actions, even for a mistake like that. Flintheart's sister has been added to your notes. Yeah, no, I'd be pissed too. I would do everything in my power to get justice. So yeah, this Pierce guy has to go. He killed his sister and then him. Flintheart's sister died during an accident involving Garrick Pierce and his magic. Ever since then, he has hated magic and the mages who wield them. Something changed in Flintheart after that. He began speaking out against the nobility. Eventually, he started hosting rallies in this very tavern. Each night, more and more people began listening to his words and joining his cause. The number of people that he'd gotten under his banner was terrifying. There was even talk of an outright revolution against the kingdom. That might explain why someone would go out of their way to kill him. I knew how much danger he was putting himself in, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't convince him to stop. His attitude didn't even begin to change until he adopted Celeste. Celeste McCoy. Can you tell me more about Celeste? How did she become a part of your family? It all happened many years ago, back when the McCoy Tavern was still open. We were closing one night when we found a baby with white hair abandoned in the dining area. We waited weeks for her parents to come by, but no one ever came looking for her. That baby was Celeste? Yes, Flintheart and I had always wanted a child. I thought that Celeste must have been a gift from the Skilled Lord. But one day I saw Celeste practicing her magic. I think that's when I realized that someone from the nobility must have abandoned her at our inn. I didn't care though. I loved her all the same. I'm sure Flintheart did too. Wait, you knew that she was a mage all this time? I did. You haven't known her very long, but she's a terrible liar. Flintheart must have noticed it too, but I think that he didn't want to believe it. It's my fault. I should have forced him to see the truth. Flintheart and Celeste. I spoke with Celeste earlier. She thinks that her father hated her because she was a mage. Crap. Was there a piece of information? No, it's just dots. There's no way he would ever feel that way. He loved her more than anything in the world. No matter what he said to her that night, nothing would ever change that. After seeing them together, you figured as much. Celeste was the world to him. When we adopted her, it was the first time in decades that I'd seen him so genuinely happy. He must have been really close. More than anything. Do you want to hear a story? Celeste had just returned from her travels. She wouldn't stop talking about this foreign drink that she loved. I think it was called lotus juice or something strange like that. Well, Flintheart did everything he could to have it shipped here. He called in a bunch of favors with some of his revolutionary friends. But in the end, he was only able to get a single bottle of it. Is it really that rare? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if it were the only bottle of lotus juice in the region. Wait a minute, lotus juice? Is this the bottle that Flintheart bought? You show her a picture of the shattered bottle that you found next to Flintheart's body. It is. Oh no. He was going to surprise her with it. Found the broken pieces next to Flintheart's. Well, I found them in the dining area. That's strange. You've been keeping it in our room so she wouldn't find it. Really? When was the last time you saw it? Right before I left the house that night. It was right before their big argument. So it wasn't just laying around in the bar. He decided to retrieve it after the argument. Because he was probably gonna give her some of it when she came back, but by the time she got back, he was already dead because of the unwelcome intruder. Alright, you think you've investigated everything you can for now, but there's still one last thing you need to do. You ready yourself for one last conversation with Celeste. Yep, you're gonna have to explain about the juice, which that's gonna be really rough. Mention that. Oh, you're back. Did you forget something? Actually, there's one last thing I wanted to talk to you about. Oh, earlier you said something that I just can't let go. You said that your father died hating you. Damn, this is about to hurt her. Fuck. After everything I heard about him, I don't think that's true. Your father loved you, Celeste, even in his final moments. You desperately want to reach her. She keeps believing that he hated her. That thought will eat away at her for the rest of her life. You know that better than anyone. He's just lying to make me feel better. But it looks like it won't be that simple. You'll need to win an argument against her if you want her to see the truth. Celeste believes that her father died hating her. But after seeing them together and learning about them, you know that can't possibly be true. You just need to convince her of that. I know you're just trying to make me feel better, and I really do appreciate it. But everyone knows that my father hated mages. He's always hated magic. There's no reason behind it. It's wrong. Her sister died during an accident. I don't know if it's my place to say this, but there's a reason why your father hated magic so much. What? When Flintheart was a child, he had a sister. She was tragically killed by a mage decades ago. That's why he had such an immense hatred for magic. I never knew. That doesn't change anything. That's all the more reason for him to have hated me. It was selfish of me to learn magic. I knew how much he hated magic, but I still learned to use it anyways. Magic killed someone that he loved. No wonder he was furious. Celeste McCoy learned magic so that she could support her family as a mercenary. Apparently many people. But you didn't learn magic to benefit yourself, did you? You learned it to save your family after your tavern was shut down. You're a good person, Celeste. You did everything you could to help your family. I'm sure your father recognized that. Just shut up. What? Shut up. Just stop it. Whatever composure she had before is slowly breaking down. You weren't there. You didn't hear what he said to me. In his final moments, he could only think of how I betrayed him. I could see it in his eyes. There's no way he would ever forgive me. That's wrong. Take a look at this picture, Celeste. What? A shattered bottle. Wait, is that a bottle of lotus juice? Do you know where I found this? On the floor of your family's inn. What? That can't be true. I tried to find it here, but no one sells it in Wyverngard. Your father knew how much you loved this drink. He called in quite a few favors just so he could have it imported for you. What? He did that? Your father didn't hate you, Celeste. He loved you more than anything. That doesn't change anything. If he did that all for me, it was before he knew about my secret. I'm sure he never would have done that if he knew the truth. That's not true at all. What the hell would you know about him? You barely even knew him. How could you possibly know how he felt about me? Don't you think I want to believe that he still loved me before he died? But I know the truth. There's no way he would ever forgive me for what I did. It's not just the fact that he bought that drink for you. It's also where the bottle was when it shattered. What do you mean? Your mother said that the bottle was stowed in her room before your argument. But I found the shattered bottle in the lobby where his body was. I ran into him before I went to look for you. He was going upstairs to his room. That can only mean one thing. He went to retrieve the bottle after your argument ended. Why would he have it? It's because he was going to give it to you, Celeste. He was going to give you a gift to apologize for what he said to you. He was going to apologize? Your father loved you, Celeste. And as tragic as it is, he was going to try to apologize to you before he was murdered. I don't like this. My daughter working as a mercenary of all things. Come on, Dad, you know I can handle myself. I don't doubt it, but you still shouldn't have to risk your neck for our sakes. They closed the inn, Dad. We won't be able to survive unless I do this. Just be careful, okay? I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you. No matter what anyone says, you're our daughter, and we'll love you until the day we die. Dad, how could I ever think that? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Dad. Celeste had barely been keeping it together throughout the whole argument, but her realization is finally causing her to break down. She begins crying loudly as she quickly embraces you. In this cold, dark place, she probably hadn't felt warmth of any kind for days. You're caught off guard and feel a little embarrassed, but you comfort her while she vents her emotions. Argument 1. Are you feeling better? Yeah, I think I'm okay now. I've been thinking such horrible things this entire time. She looks at you and gives you a warm smile. It's probably the first time you've seen her genuinely smile since this whole ordeal started. Thank you, but is everything really going to be okay? I'll make sure of it. I'll get justice for you and your father. It doesn't matter who stands in my way. Even if they're a man, king, or god. You're completely different now. What happened to the nervous wreck from before? Please forget about that. Anyways, take some time to rest. The trial is going to resume soon. With that, you've done everything you can for now. You've learned a lot about what happened the night of the murder. You just hope it's enough. But even with your investigation, you still don't know what the prosecution's planned. As Pierce told you all of the details, Mr. Rudolph, you will remember them. Yes, I pride myself on my eidetic memory. I'm sorry, I'm butchering all these words. I have no idea. When it comes to words I've never read before, yeah. These pronunciations are throwing me for a loop. Just so there are no misunderstandings, I do not approve of this. You said it yourself, Lady Steelwind. There's no possible way that I could have done the deed. It has to be the bastard child. We don't know what sort of tricks Ruby Tomorrow might pull tomorrow. Just see this as a way of securing a just verdict. Would you like to save your progress? Yes. Let's win this case. Alright, it's time. Hello, Cuthbert. Oh, hi, Miss Tamara. You're a lot less jumpy than you were yesterday. I'm glad to see that you're finally getting used to things. So, what did you find in your investigation? You tell Miss Tamara about everything you've learned over your investigation. There aren't a lot of clues that point to what actually happened. Yeah, I know a lot of details about the crime scene, but nothing about the crime itself. This means I'll have to rely solely on pointing out contradiction in the witnesses' testimonies. Being reactive to the prosecution's moves is a valid strategy. Honestly, I think it was a miracle that you got the commander to cooperate with you at all. Right, you almost forgot. Commander White appears to really have it out for Miss Tamora. Actually, I wanted to ask about that. Did something happen between you and Commander White? Miss McCoy, please proceed to the courtroom with your counsel. Let's go, Tyrion. The trial's about to start. You should go. The judge is waiting. Right. Another secret is left buried between you two. Court is now resumed for the trial of Celeste McCoy. Let us review the proceedings from yesterday. Yesterday, the defense presented some shocking oversights made during the investigation. Yes, I personally saw to it that the investigation was conducted properly this time. Yesterday, the defense presented some shocking... Okay. I see. I suppose that puts my mind at ease. At yesterday's trial, we found an inconsistency between the crime scene photo and the autopsy report. Because of this, the defense tried to push the following narrative: that a third party must have interfered with the crime scene to frame the defendant. However, the prosecution has discovered another explanation. Because of that, the individual who discovered the body would like to testify as to what he saw that night. His eyewitness account will clear up what actually happened. Interesting. It was my understanding that the individual in question wanted to remain anonymous. Supposedly, this witness was within the gallery of the trial yesterday. After yesterday's proceedings, he felt that he couldn't stay silent any longer. So that's her plan. But why would the witness change his mind like that? Did Steelman persuade him, or is something else happening here? Very well, let's hear from this witness. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. My name is Reese Reginald Rudolph. I'm a chauffeur of the equine variety. Equine? Who knows? This is around where we were in the very beginning of the game. When the game starts up, it's with Rise? However I said it. I'm terribly sorry, but I'm unfamiliar with that profession. He means to say that he's a carriage driver. Oh, I see. But in any case, it is my understanding that you found the body. Am I correct, Mr. Rudolph? Oh, well, what did you just say? I clicked too fast. Rudolph appears to be writing something in a notebook. He writes with incredible speed. His pen only touches the paper for maybe a second before he's filling the entire page. What the hell? Mr. Rudolph? Ah, forgive me. I was merely taking notes on the people in this room. Taking notes? The witness has a certain compulsion to keep a record of every event that he witnesses. I see. Then I assume we will receive an accurate testimony of how you found the body. Actually, I witnessed much more than that. I saw the crime as it was being committed, and I wrote down everything that I saw. What? That's quite the claim. If that's true, why did you choose to remain silent until now? I initially concluded that the evidence alone was decisive enough, therefore we saw no need at the time for his testimony. However, those circumstances clearly changed during yesterday's trial. There's no way the prosecution wouldn't leverage eyewitness testimony from the start. Something else is happening here. Very well. Mr. Rudolph, please testify to the court about what you saw that night. I was transporting a client in my carriage that evening. We were driving by the McCoy Tavern when we heard a disturbance. This occurred at 1:28 a.m. Worried that something was amiss, I walked into the establishment to see what the commotion was about. There, I saw the defendant. She was lit by the blue glow of the dining room lights. She had stabbed Flintheart McCoy and was channeling magic into her sword. Already, that's wrong. The dining room lights were off. She had stabbed him and was channeling magic. She removed her sword from Flintheart's back, and as he slowly turned to face her, she stabbed him again in the front. She soon realized that I had witnessed her heinous crime. She let the body fall to the ground and fled the scene. Incredible. If everything occurred as the witness described, then I see no room for debate. Of course, the evidence has always been irrefutable. You don't remember seeing him when you left to look for Celeste, but it was pretty dark. Celeste, did you see this man that night? No, this is my first time meeting him. And I didn't see him when I ran out of the tavern that night. So he has to be lying. Does that mean he's the one who killed my dad? She tries her best to hide it, but you can sense her restlessness. It's hard to say right now, but it's definitely a possibility. The defense may now begin their cross-examination. Well, this one's easy. Okay. Already, that's wrong.
Objection!
Mr. Rudolph, you testified that you saw my client murdering the victim, and you supposedly saw her casting magic while doing so. Yes, I could never forget such a grisly sight. That moment was burned into my memory. I see. Well, it's funny that you say that. How so? Because your entire testimony was a complete lie. What? Are you accusing the witness of perjury? Surely you know that such accusations can't be made lightly, Mr. Cuthbert. My accusation is far from baseless, Prosecutor Steelman. Take a look at this report. The dining room lights are artificery devices that are powered by an arcane power cell. However, that same arcane power cell was broken during the time of the murder. The dining room lights had no energy, and the room would have been pitch black. The witness couldn't have seen anything, much less a homicide. Wait, I can explain. There's no need, witness. You could have easily seen another source of light. Perhaps one of the McCoys lit a candle because of the blackout. The witness clearly described a source of blue light. A candle or lantern wouldn't emit a color like that. Then the witness was clearly mistaken. The witness records everything he sees in his notebook. He even remembers the exact times that each event occurred. So why would he be incorrect about such a clear and obvious detail? No, what the witness saw was clearly some form of magic, and due to the lack of power, it couldn't have been artificery. It must have been an arcane spell. That's it. What is it, witness? I must have made an incorrect assumption. He's about to say that it must have been her spell, but her spell emits a yellow light, the Mage Blade. I remember reading that. Please allow me to revise my testimony. What do you think of this, Prosecutor Steelman? If the witness wants to revise his testimony, then I see no harm in obliging him. And you, Mr. Cuthbert, if he thinks he saw something different, then it's only fair to hear him out. He'll tear through each of his lies no matter what he does. I remember now. Yesterday, it was revealed that Flintheart was killed using magic. I must have seen Flintheart's daughter channeling a magic spell. The spell was called Mage Blade, am I correct? That's it. The blue glow that I saw must have been created by Mage Blade. I see. So the blue light that you saw came from the defendant's magic. Mr. Cuthbert, you may proceed with your cross-examination. With pleasure. This is another easy one. Already easier. Contains... Where's the spell itself, though? The object emits a yellow radiant glow.
Objection!
Alright, I'll do the chug now that you're back. 3, 2, 1. I have to refill my water bottle at some point. That's fine. There. The water has been downed. Mr. Rudolph, you didn't know about magic. Mr. Rudolph, you don't know about magic, do you? Of course not. Are you trying to say that I should have recognized Celeste's Mage Blade? No, I admit that you probably wouldn't know about Mage Blade. But that's exactly where your mistake was. My mistake? Mr. Rudolph, if you were aware of how Mage Blade works, then you would know that the spell emits a yellow radiant glow. Which means the blue glow you saw couldn't have possibly been Mage Blade. This is ridiculous. I'll grant you that the witness clearly remembers seeing a blue glow. But what significance could such a minor detail have? Well, if he saw a blue glow, then it couldn't have been my defendant, because she can only use one spell with a yellow glow. It's extremely significant, Prosecutor Steelwind. If the witness did see a blue magical glow, then he must have witnessed another spell at the scene. Preposterous. You don't have any evidence to back up that claim. That blue light made a large impression on the witness. He wrote it down in his notebook, and he specifically mentioned the color. There's no way he would be mistaken about something like that. So, what did you really see, Mr. Rudolph? Did you see my client at the scene casting a spell that she couldn't possibly cast? Or did you see another mage at the scene? Well... Your Honor, the defense has no right to accuse the witness like this. Let me remind you that perjury is a crime, Mr. Rudolph. If you are found to have lied in your testimony, you will be prosecuted. No, wait, please. That is quite enough of that. Garrett Pierce suddenly steps down from the gallery and walks to the witness stand. He's breaking every possible rule in the book, but no one in the room moves to stop him. The bailiff looks to the judge nervously, but the judge just narrows his eyes and carefully watches Pierce. Pierce, meanwhile, shoves the still flustered Rudolph off the stand and begins addressing the courtroom. What is he even doing here? I'll not stand by while you harass my servant. Pierce, we discussed this. There's no need for you to take the stand. And what, pray tell, did they discuss? Nonsense, I have nothing to hide. And if you have done your job properly... And if you had done your job properly, I wouldn't have needed to intervene. For the first time, Steelwind doesn't seem to have control of the situation. What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind? Who is this man? Side, this is Garrett Pierce, Your Honor. That is Lord Garrett Pierce to you, Steelwind. I am the honorable heir to the Pierce noble house. In any case, I must apologize. I'm afraid that these misunderstandings are entirely my fault. What do you mean? You see, Rudolph wasn't the one who witnessed the crime that fateful night. It was me. I was the one who witnessed the crime. I had my driver report the body so that I could remain anonymous. What? Are you saying that you had Rudolph lie for you? I simply dictated to him what I saw and had him repeat that to law enforcement. It simply wouldn't do for a member of the nobility to appear publicly in court. Lord Pierce, regardless of your intentions, this is very clearly an act of perjury. But from the look on the judge's face, you can easily tell that he won't face any actual consequences. I understand and I'll accept the consequences of that. But I would be remiss if Rudolph's shoddy testimony allowed that girl to escape her crimes. Please let me testify as to what I saw that night. Very well. This is highly irregular, but I believe the court will benefit from hearing your testimony. However, know that this misconduct has hurt your credibility. Very well. What is he gonna say? On the night of the murder, I found myself unable to sleep, so I went on a leisurely carriage ride around Cornhaven. I happened to be passing by the McCoy Tavern when I heard a loud commotion from within the building. Curious, I stopped my carriage and took a single step inside the establishment. That was when I saw the scene inside. I saw the defendant stabbing that poor man twice with her sword. Garrett Pierce, he's a member of the nobility. That means that he's probably a mage, right? He's the only other mage that was there that night. Does that mean? There's no doubt about it. He's the only person that could have left a trace of transmutation on the body. He has to be the mage that we're looking for. Sorry, this must be a lot for you right now. Don't worry about me. Focus on taking him down. I'm not gonna get anything from that. I'm not gonna get anything from that. Single step. Let's try pressing on this. If he was at the tavern entrance, then that would mean he was here. Scene map, tavern. Geometrically scaled map of the crime scene. Flintheart died at the location of the V marker. Garrett Pierce claims to have witnessed the murder from the W marker. That's impossible, as he wouldn't have had proper lighting. You saw the entire scene from the tavern entrance. It would be quite dark considering that the lights weren't operational, even if my client was using Mage Blade at the time. Of course, I'd forgotten that detail. I couldn't see what was happening, so I used my magic to illuminate the scene. You used magic at the crime scene. Yes, I remember it clearly. I conjured a blue light to illuminate the scene. That same blue light must have been what my driver saw. I thought that Rudolph didn't witness the crime at all. If I had to guess, Mr. Rudolph must have seen the blue light from the carriage. He must have made that detail part of his testimony earlier. Actually makes a lot of sense now that you think about it. Rudolph was so sure that he saw a blue light. It would be strange if he was lying about that. But anyways, which spell did you use to illuminate the crime scene? It was the Conjure Light spell. Conjure Light. School Conjuration, Incantation, Luxo, Gesture, none. Duration, 1 hour. Concentration, yes. For the duration of the spell, a mote of magical light appears in the caster's hand. The color of the light is chosen by the caster and can be changed at will for the spell's duration. The mote of light provides illumination up to 15 feet of the caster and no further. Your Honor, if the witness used magic at the crime scene, then I'd like for a spell compendium to be added to the court record. I see no reason to invade the witness's privacy over a trivial illumination spell. I agree. The defense would need a stronger reason to requisition the witness's spell compendium. Right you are, Your Honor. Your wisdom is truly fitting of your station. Oh, shut up. Each contact eliminates theme from the tavern entrance from there. Apparently, so crime unfold. I assume that you're going to say that she stabbed him from opposite sides each time. Of course. Mind you, I have no idea why she would act like that, but can you prove that she didn't do exactly what I described? I suppose not. At least not yet, anyways. She's definitely the real murderer. This means that there has to be a lie somewhere in his testimony. He keeps saying that he stood at the entrance the entire time. If he killed my father, then he would have been further in. Right, is there any way you can prove that he was further inside the building? Wait, doesn't the picture show... Five feet by 5 feet. If it's only 5 feet across, then the blue would easily illuminate that. It illuminates up to 15 from what this says. What does this say? The color of the light is shows. Blah blah blah. Okay, okay, I already pressed that. Can I press this? Casting a spell seems like a pretty significant detail to forget. For you, maybe. But for a practiced mage like myself, using magic is as natural as moving my arm. You admit that you wouldn't know what it's like to be a mage. This is the only thing I can think to use, right? Gesture none. Yo, I'm struggling to figure out how to... what piece of evidence to use here. use lighting though. What can I use here? What is he stating here? It has to be this. So what? I used conjure light to illuminate the scene from the tavern entrance. From there, I clearly saw the crime unfold. No, I can do this. I can do it, I think. Okay, let me read through everything. Just press this again. I assume you're... There has to be a lie somewhere in his testimony. You're saying that he stood at the entrance the entire time. Is there any way you can prove that he was further inside the building? Maybe this? No. Does the picture prove that he's in though? It's not that, it's not that. I think it's that or that. Okay, and the map is saying it's 5 feet by 5 feet, which means that if he did cast it from the entrance, he would have been able to see what was going on. So the only thing that I can think to use here is this. Right? I'm gonna try this.
Objection!
No, that's wrong. Fuck. Let's press him on some other stuff. I'm guessing this commotion was the argument between my defendant and the victim. One would conclude that yes, as we all know, both of them became quite loud during the argument. It's not reasonable to say that the witness served them for miscarriage. Fuck! Who knew who used a specific spell? You think it is a lie? What could be used to show that they either didn't use that spell or weren't at the location? A map? Take pictures of crime scene. Isn't it the map because isn't it this because this takes pictures and there's it's either this or this. this? That's the only other thing I can think of.
Objection!
Okay, so it was the map. Lord Pierce, you said that you illuminated the scene from the tavern entrance, and you only took a single step into the building. Of course, I remember it very clearly. I stood only at the entrance. In that case, I'd like for you to take a look at the map. In that case, I'd like for you to take a look at the map of the tavern. If we take a look at this map, that would place you right here where the W is. Am I correct? Of course I was. I do not know what you wish to achieve by having me repeat that fact. Well, I find it interesting that you illuminated the crime scene from all the way back there, considering that Conjure Light only illuminates an area within 15 feet. Oh, okay. And that, yeah, if I'm thinking about it, within 15 feet would be 3 by 5, not 5 by 5, so the light wouldn't have reached. I don't know why, but when I was thinking 15 feet, I wasn't thinking about the fact that 5 by 5 would be a 25-foot radius, which means that his spell would have to be a 25-foot radius to to span the entire length. Because I was thinking in my head, I was thinking 15 feet. Well, it's only 5 foot long, but I'm not thinking about the fact that, like, with spells like that, it's going out in all directions. It's not just going out, like, straight ahead. The spell's range is irrelevant. We've already established that the victim would have been illuminated by Mage Blade. During his testimony, Lord Pierce clearly stated that he couldn't see what was happening. That's why he cast Conjure Light in the first place. However, Conjure Light doesn't work like a normal source of light. It only provides illumination up to 15 feet of the caster and no further. If he had stayed at the entrance, his spell wouldn't have done anything to help illuminate the scene. But what does this mean? Lord Pierce, did you illuminate the crime scene or not? Well, I can answer that question for you, Your Honor. Lord Pierce did illuminate the scene of the crime. He illuminated it because he was standing right where it happened. Mr. Cuthbert, are you trying to say that Lord Pierce was that close to where the murder occurred? How would that be possible? Well, there's only one way this scenario would make sense, Your Honor. And that would be if Garrett Pierce was the one who murdered Flintheart McCoy. Hold on for a moment. This is absurd. I could have easily used a different spell to illuminate the room. And which spell would that be, Pierce? The name escapes me. I'm not sure which one it was now that I think about it. You idiot. Well, maybe we can figure it out together when you relinquish your spell compendium to the court. What? This is a clear violation of my privacy. Steelwind, why aren't you objecting to this? If you had listened to my instructions, you wouldn't be in this situation. You've made your bed. Now lie in it. Steelwind, you treacherous. That's enough. It appears that the prosecution has no objections. With everything that has occurred, I must ask that Lord Pierce relinquish his spell compendium to the court. Nice. Garrett Pierce spell compendium. It contains the formulas for the following spells: prestidigitation, prestidigitation. Okay, fuck that. Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frost Wave, and Shape Liquid. Okay. Prestigious. The caster creates a simple and harmless visual effect around their hand. This effect will last for as long as they maintain concentration on the spell. Evocation, none. A snap of the fingers. Duration, indefinitely. Concentration, yes. Okay. Conjure Water, School. Concentration, Usher's Palm, indefinitely, yes. Cause water to magically flow out of the caster's hand. This water will flow so long as the caster maintains concentration of the spell. Frost Wave, School, Transmutation, Incantation, none. Gesture, outstretch both hands. Duration, instant. Concentration, no. Anything caught within range is hit with a blast of extremely cold air. Liquids hit will be immediately frozen, and organic life will immediately enter stages of hypothermia. Shape Liquid, School, Transmutation, Incantation, point index finger at the target, indefinitely. Concentration. While concentrating on this spell, the caster can magically manipulate up to 10 liters of liquid and form it into complex shapes. Anytime the caster can choose to freeze the liquid and solidify its current shape. While frozen, the caster can also choose to make the liquid instantaneously melt. Shape Liquid has been added to your notes. Good job, Tyrion. We got his spell compendium. With that, this case is as good as yours. Where is it? She didn't even try to stop you from taking his spell compendium. She wouldn't let that happen just to spite Lord Pierce. She definitely still has something up her sleeve. Your Honor, I've looked at the spells in Lord Pierce's compendium. Conjure Light is the only spell that he can cast that would shed a blue light. This renders his testimony and many of his statements false. You can practically hear Lord Pierce grinding his teeth. Your Honor, Lord Pierce could very well be a suspect in the murder of Flintheart McCoy. The defense argues that this presents enough reasonable doubt to acquit the defendant. I acknowledge that Lord Pierce's actions are quite suspect. However, I will not pass a verdict just yet. There is much more we need to learn. What? That's not how it works. We proved that there's reasonable doubt. That should be enough to acquit me, right? In a normal case, maybe, but it's different for this trial. The public won't accept an unsolved homicide involving magic. Unless we can unequivocally prove your innocence, the court will keep drawing out this case. What? But that's not fair. That's just how the system works. Our court system doesn't exist to exact justice. It exists so that the kingdom can save face. However, the court will be suspending the trial of Celeste McCoy until further notice. That is, until Lord Pierce can be investigated as a possible suspect. You know, it sounds oddly like another system. American law system. American government. What? I didn't say anything. I said nothing. No one heard anything. That is, until Lord Pierce can be investigated as a possible suspect.
Objection!
Possible suspect. The very idea of that is preposterous, Your Honor. Damn it. You knew she was planning something. Let's revisit the basic facts of this case, shall we? Flintheart McCoy was murdered using a blade with a transmutation spell active on it. Wait. Let me reread that. The very idea of that is preposterous, Your Honor. Damn it, you knew she was planning something. Let's revisit the basic facts of this case, shall we? Flintheart McCoy was murdered using a blade with a transmutation spell on it. Mr. Cuthbert, why don't you tell me the spells that Lord Pierce knows? Alright. His spells are that, Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frost Wave, and Shape Liquid. You've realized it too, haven't you? Lord Pierce doesn't know any transmutation spells that can be channeled through a solid object. What? That can't be right. No, but he has a spell that allows him to create an object. The Frost Wave, no, it was Shape Water. And if he shaped the Lotus Juice into a sword, he could easily have created a weapon himself. Huh, you're right. You're absolutely right, Lady Steelwind. I couldn't have possibly committed the murder. I see. With that in mind, that would leave the defendant as the only possible killer. But he was the only other mage there. He has to be the real murderer. But he doesn't know any transmutation spells that can affect a solid object? I can't prove that he stabbed him while casting magic. Wait a minute. How did he do it, then? She's right. How did he do it? If there are traces of transmutation magic on the wound, then Flintheart was definitely stabbed by something magical. But none of his transmutation spells can affect a steel blade. Does that mean that he used something else? The defense did cast some doubt on this witness's testimony. Nevertheless, I must conclude that he could not have possibly committed the murder. With that in mind, please wait, Your Honor. We still can't conclude that Lord Pierce couldn't have committed the crime. What are you on about? Lady Steelwind said it herself, you commoner. I don't know any spells that can be channeled through a metal blade. He's right, which can only mean one thing. You didn't use a metal blade, did you? What nonsense is this? The autopsy report clearly states that the wound was created by a blade. If he didn't channel magic through a blade, how could he have possibly committed the crime? Yes, your claim seems quite contrary to the facts thus far, Mr. Cuthbert. Easy, Shape Water. Which spell could Lord Pierce have possibly used to kill the victim? This one's easy, I already know. You see, Your Honor, Garrick Pierce didn't kill the victim using a sword. He killed him using an object shaped exactly like a sword. What? I'm afraid I don't quite understand, Mr. Cuthbert. I'd like for the court to take a look at Lord Pierce's spell compendium. Garrick Pierce knows a seemingly insignificant spell called Shape Liquid. With it, he can control a body of water and shape it into any complex shape he wants. Then he can freeze that liquid, maintaining its current shape. A shape like a sword. What? No, is it possible that he... What do you have to say for yourself, Lord Pierce? What do I have to say? Pierce's breathing becomes more frantic. He's clearly not used to being put in a corner like this. You can see his stress and frustration emanating through the eye of Horus. You have him now. Time for the finishing blow. I'll tell you exactly what I have to say, you commoner. I'm not the one on trial here. We're here because that bastard child didn't know her place. She's just a peasant, yet she still learned the arcane arts. And look what happened. I saw the murder. I witnessed everything. That girl used her holy arts to murder her father in a fit of rage. Are we using this? And how, pray tell, did you see everything? If you recall, you testified that you only took a single step inside the inn. But you have needed to be within 15 feet to see my client with conjure light. This again. If you're going to keep treading on that one detail, then I admit it. I stepped further into the inn. I kept that detail out of my testimony, all because I knew that you'd use it to cast suspicion on me. Lord Pierce! But you didn't just keep that detail from your testimony, did you? You testified the opposite. That makes you guilty of committing perjury. No, I mean... you miserable wretch. Perjury by Garrett Pierce, type clue. Garrett Pierce has openly admitted to committing perjury in the courtroom. His lies haven't gone unnoticed. And let's not stop there. For your story to be true, you would have needed to be within 15 feet of my client. According to your testimony, my client had just finished committing a murder. Wouldn't she have noticed you? If you were that close, then you would have surely been close enough to apprehend her. So why didn't you? Don't you have a duty to your citizens? Shut up. Shut your dirty peasant mouth. That woman was armed. I had no reason to put my life in danger. She was wielding her sword after the murder. I was terrified when I saw her holding that bloody sword. My life was in danger. Wasn't there something about the blade still being in the body? Right? Wouldn't it be this? I believe it's this. But that can't be right, can it, Lord Pierce? This photo of the crime scene shows that the sword was left in the victim's body. How could she still be wielding her sword if she left it there? What? Damn you! Damn you! Steelwind, why aren't you saying anything? What? Prosecutor Steelwind has lost her usual air of confidence. You find it strange, though. Even when you had the advantage, she always maintained her usual poise. Lord Pierce, please pull yourself together. How can I remain calm when this charlatan is trying to frame me? This is a complete travesty of our justice system. I came here to reveal the truth and testify against that criminal. And what do I get instead? Slander from some lowly defense attorney. You talk about justice, but you've committed several acts of perjury to twist the outcome of this trial. You're clearly not acting in good faith. You don't care about justice. You just want to further your agenda. So admit it, Pierce. You created a makeshift sword using shape liquid, and you used it to impale Flintheart. You shoved my client's sword into the wound while the remnants of the real murder weapon evaporated. It was a perfect crime, wasn't it? What? Lord Pierce, my apologies, Your Honor. It's just that I realized something absolutely hilarious. What? Has he finally lost his mind? The defense put forward an interesting theory, but there's one problem with it. And what's that? I think you said it yourself. You shoved Celeste's sword into the wound while the remnants of the real murder weapon evaporated. It was a perfect crime, wasn't it? You see, it would have been a perfect crime, because any evidence to support that theory would have evaporated with that frozen blade. What? No, he's right. If he used an ice blade to kill Flintheart, it would have evaporated by now. And that means there would be nothing left of the murder weapon. You've spun quite the tale here today, but in the end you don't have a shred of evidence to support it, do you? You have nothing on me. Isn't there anything we can do? Become quiet. Tyrion, why isn't he saying anything? Is it really hopeless? All it takes is one look at the expression on your face. Any worries she had instantly disappear because she realizes the expression on your face. It's the same expression you made every time you defeated her. What is this? You can glare at me all you want. It won't change the fact that you've lost. I despise people like you. Twist the system to serve your own ends. You trample on the lives of innocent people. But as long as I'm here, I will never let that happen again.
Naught can remain concealed.
What did I just do? Your head feels like it's about to burst. The pain is unbearable and overwhelming. But at the same time, you feel an extreme sense of clarity, as if you can see more than you could before. I can't believe that peasant pushed me this far. Once again, you see Pierce's thoughts through the eye of Horus. But this sensation feels different from how it usually is. It's more intense and potent this time. It's almost as if you can do more than just read his surface level thoughts. Empowered Eye. You've activated the Empower Eye. With it, you'll be able to do more than see the witness's thoughts. You'll also be able to affect what they think about. Project items into Pierce's mind to evoke thoughts from him. You'll want to project items that make him think about the murder. Evoking the right thoughts will raise your insight. Once the insight gauge is filled, you'll have everything you need to implicate him. This is where the Jews came from, so let's try this. Why am I thinking of such a thing? That piece of evidence didn't evoke any useful thoughts from him. Maybe we'll see something if you project pieces of evidence related to the murder. Oh, wasn't? Well, let's try this. Ornate sword. I wonder how a commoner like her obtains such a thing. I wonder if the Inquisition will let me have it once the girl is convicted. Picture? And now that image is still lingering in my mind. I didn't expect this experience to have such an effect on me. None of it? Okay, let's try this. After all the trouble I went to, I can't believe that lawyer figured out the spell I used. Well, no matter. It's not as if there's any evidence to prove that I used it. I'm lucky that old fool had the bottle of water with him. Water from a bottle. Wait, a bottle. Well then, as riveting as this has been, I believe it's time for me to take my leave. I knew it was the lotus juice bottle. Interesting power. Yeah. The fact that the eye has been empowered is crazy. As riveting as this has been, I believe it's time for me to take my leave. Now wait a minute, Pierce. That's exactly what I was going to say. Given how long it had been between the time of death and the time that the Inquisition arrived, the bottle of lotus juice should have still been on the ground. There should have been remnants of the juice. That wouldn't have evaporated. That would have still been staining the ground when they got there. But it wasn't, because it evaporated. What is it now, you wretch? I'll say it as many times as you need to hear. There is no evidence of a liquefied weapon at the crime scene. Oh, but there is. You're right, Pierce. If you did use shape liquid on a body of water, the murder weapon would have evaporated entirely. Ah, it seems you've finally gotten that fact through your thick head. Bravo. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, Pierce. What if you didn't use shape liquid on a body of water? What if it was another type of liquid? What are you going on about? Pierce, shape liquid doesn't just work on water. It works on all kinds of liquids. This shattered bottle contained the liquid that you cast your spell on, didn't it? You show him the picture of the shattered bottle of lotus juice. That bottle. Pierce, I found this shattered bottle on the ground near the victim's body. I wonder what caused it to shatter. You must have decided to use any liquid you could find. Luckily for you, the victim was holding the perfect quantity of liquid in his hands. I wonder, Lord Pierce, if we had someone analyze the broken pieces of this bottle, would we find traces of transmutation magic? You little... That still proves nothing. So what if there are traces of magic on the shattered bottle? You still don't have a murder weapon. I wasn't finished, Pierce. What? You see, the liquid contained in this bottle wasn't water. It was soda. So, what difference does that make? A blade of ice made out of water would have evaporated entirely. But a blade of ice made out of soda would leave a puddle of dried residue. No, it can't be. I'd wondered why there was such a circular trace of magic under the body. If we checked the outline of that trace, I bet we'd find a dried puddle of soda residue. That would prove that you used your magic on that soda. There's your murder weapon, Pierce. And that's checkmate. Bailiff, tell Orem to analyze the crime scene at once. We must determine if this puddle of soda residue exists. The time window to find traces of magic is closing. So, we had our team search the crime scene for that soda puddle. I really can't believe it, but we found it. In fact, the outline of the dried soda lines up exactly with the outline of the trace of transmutation magic. We checked the broken bottle, too. There were traces of transmutation magic on it as well. There's no doubt about it. Someone used magic on that soda. I see. Thank you, Orem. Please escort Lord Pierce back to the stand. What do you have to say for yourself, Pierce? What do you think you've accomplished here today? Do you honestly think you can indict me? I'm an aristocrat from the highest echelons of our society. That fool of a man was an insurgent. He was a threat to society, and I did my civic duty by removing him.
Objection!
Nicely done. Yeah, now let's see if we can actually get him thrown in jail, though. Bailiff, please escort the witness to a holding cell. Steelwind, first-degree murder is punishable by execution, Lord Pierce. I suggest you remain silent, lest you incriminate yourself further. What? You can't be serious. Shut your insidious mouth. Well, what are you all waiting for? Take him away. Yes, take him away at once. I can't believe it. We actually won. Tyrion, That's all she can do to hold back her tears. You don't need to say anything. Your face says it all. Thank you. You've more than exceeded my expectations today. Steelwind, don't look bad. Yeah, nice. W's. We did it. We did it. Miss Tamora, I'll be honest. When I realized that the murder weapon evaporated, I thought that the case was shot. Can't believe you were able to turn that around. It was just luck. If he had used water, we would have been done for. It had nothing to do with luck. You were able to deduce which liquid he used, and you did it just by looking at a few shards of broken glass. Your skills of deduction never cease to amaze me. That's not exactly true. But with Celeste there, you can't tell her about your new ability. You all are quite lively. There's no need for such hostility, though I wouldn't expect any less from the Hound of the Eye Taker. Wait, what did she mean by that? You glance at Miss Tamora, but when she meets your gaze, she immediately looks away. She looks like she's focusing, almost as if to protect herself from a certain eye. I must admit, I was hoping you'd test my blade against you directly. However, your protege proved to be a worthy adversary. Thank you? Is this some kind of game to you? You talk about trials as if there's some kind of competition. Your action almost condemned an innocent woman to death. Our system operates by having two powers of opposition. When those powers are balanced, justice prevails. Make no mistake, your victory today was just our system working as intended. Ha! Working as intended. You know very well our system only exists to protect your people. I know. What? In any case, it looks like we'll be facing each other more frequently in the future. I look forward to doing battle with you again, Tyrion Cuthbert. A strange girl. Well, that kind of killed the mood, didn't it? Not at all. I think we should celebrate. Oh? What did you have in mind? There's this amazing restaurant in the upper quarter of the capital city. They usually only serve nobles, but they let anyone in if they have enough gold. Wait, do we have enough gold? Of course we do. Don't worry about the details. I'll handle everything. Wait, just how much money does Tamora make? Does Miss Tamora make? So began my journey into the world of law and magic. Our justice system is rotten to its core, and I'll have many trials ahead. Regardless, I'll keep fighting on and get justice for every one of my clients. Episode end. Complete case 1, the cold-hearted aristocrat. You got see, I'm happy I'm not the only one that thought that, because Ultima was here with me that first night when I first saw Miss Tamora, and I was like feeling the same way. So I'm glad that that's a mutual feeling there. This feeling, I knew it. This radiant soul has finally awakened. I can't believe it. I've been waiting for so long. I can't wait for the day when I can see his eyes draped in agony. Okay. Do I load from here? No. That's the end of the first chapter. I guess I just go into the next one. Like that was literally just the first case, but I guess I just have to load it in manually. Apparently, I thought it would just load into the next one. Oh, okay. Doo-doo-doo. Wallace Nightgrave. Let me go. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere until I see her. I'm not sure. I'm sorry, Wallace, but she's already passed. There was nothing more they could have done. How? This academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. Oh shit. Oh oh shit. Oh shit. Occupation student, age 16, arcane art necromancy, and is talking about The Walking Dead. This academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. Are you telling me that they couldn't do anything? Her condition was much worse than we thought. The kingdom's magic isn't advanced enough to treat something like this. Lucio Steelwind can rain meteors from the sky. William Frege can teleport entire caravans across the continent. Are you telling me that your mages couldn't cure one disease? I'm sorry. I truly am. Emily. Yeah, from what CC's told me, it's 12 hours, like, to do the whole game, but that's, like, an estimate. And this is we're just, short of 2.5 hours, and that's not including, well, I played almost 2 hours of this the one day, but that's also because I was talking a lot and getting sidetracked a lot, so I probably only played about 30 to 45 minutes of actual game time that first day. But yeah. The Walking Dead. I'm sorry, Celeste, but there's no way out of this. Celeste's attention is sharply focused on the chessboard between you two. You can see her eyes quickly dart from piece to piece. Just give me a second. I can still win this. Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. Just surrender. She ignores you and continues staring at the pieces. There, what about that? Checkmate. Damn it. Would you two keep it down? We are in a library. As Tamara glances at the chessboard, I hope you didn't spend the entire morning playing around. I've been working hard, Ruby. I've already learned 2 new spell formulas since we got here. Well, at least there's that. What about you, Cuthbert? Well, your flustered stammering tells her exactly how much progress you've made. Oh. See, like, come on! Come on! Like, when she's looking like that. I think I know what that kid's gonna do. Yeah, I think I know what that kid's gonna do, too. They make it pretty obvious. But, like, bro. That look, though, you know what I'm saying? Anyway. I couldn't find any books about the subject we've been looking into. You spent the entire day combing through the kingdom's imperial library, researching the Eye of Horus. During Celeste's trial, you awakened to a new ability that you've never used before. Up until then, you thought that the Eye could only see surface-level thoughts, but during that moment, with Garrick Pierce, the Eye of Horus was empowered. You could see far more than usual. You told Miss Tamora about what happened, and it made you both wonder what other hidden abilities the Eye might have. You both decided it's time to find out more about the Eye and its origins. This library supposedly held the kingdom's entire knowledge of magic and the arcane arts, but you couldn't find a single mention of any ability like the Eye. Does the kingdom seriously lack knowledge about it, or do we need to look somewhere else? Are you sure you can't tell me what you're researching? I've traveled around the world. I might have seen something like it. You entertain the thought for a moment, but you haven't known her for very long. The Eye of Horus is a supernatural ability that can be detected by a spell compendium. You've always been wary about what the kingdom might do to you if they ever found out about it. Sorry. Oh, because it says that he has an arcane art of none. But if they detected it, then he would be classified as a mage too. Sorry, it's not something I can really talk about. Fine. If I had to guess, I would say that they are looking into supernatural phenomena. You and Celeste nearly jump out of your chairs. You look over to where the voice came from. She appears to be a student at the academy. Damn! Yeah, I know! She 46 and she I mean, what? And, like, look at this cute. Wait. I need to see something. I stopped myself. Pass? What do you mean, pass? That cougar is hot. No, wait. I mean, like, but with that look, though, she could do, wait. Back up, y'all. Like, this is going crazy. Y'all need to chill out. But, like, damn! Oh, pass on. Yeah, pass. How long was she there? You don't notice her presence at all. You also feel like she looks oddly familiar. Yeah, mega pass. Mega ultra pass. Super ultra mega pass. Super ultra pass. I'm terribly sorry if I startled you, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. As the girl approaches your table, you see another student frantically running after her. Eris, you can't just... Yeah, super ultra stupid ultra mega ultra pass. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine, Wallace. I'm sorry, but who are you two? Sorry, that was incredibly rude of me. Ultra pass! Super ultra mega stupid ultra pass. Pass. Nothing was said earlier. Nothing. I was talking about Tamora with the look. Okay. So, my name is Eris Allmatter, and this is Wallace Nightgrave. We're both students here. Hi. Not to be rude, but that was a private conversation. Just how much did you hear? I wonder. Reading about the supernatural is actually a hobby of mine. I might be able to help you with your research, Mr. Cuthbert. And what makes you so sure that this is what we were researching? Or that is what we were researching. Mr. Cuthbert has a bad habit of muttering to himself when he thinks. I assume that his research had something to do with the supernatural. Like, damn! Like, look at that! I mean... Listen. This isn't gonna help the comments about me being a bottom, bro. But, like, that look, though! Okay? Anyway. You feel a piercing side glance from Miss Tamora. You avoid eye contact with her. But anyways, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Of course. I'm not gonna lie, that look! That's what I'm saying! Of course, I'd be happy to help. Wait, what the fuck just happened? That was weird, right? Why did it, like, glitch out like that? Y'all saw that too, right? I'm not going crazy. Whatever. Fine, I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Just remember to show some discretion, Tyrion. Right. I'm just saying, you know, like, that's the kind of look I want, you know? Like... Okay, while we do this, right, while we do the clicking around, right, we're in the part of the game where it's not intense, you know, we don't gotta go super fast. Like, that look paired with, like, an obsessive girl or, like, a clingy girl. Yes. Yanderes. Crazy girls. Yes. Yes. You know, because that look, though, like... Anyway, I'm composed. The library is full of books for educational purposes. You've been combing through these books all morning. Possess... Yes! Yes. Yes. Smash. Next question. I mean, what? It's a globe of the world. It's amazing how many other nations there are aside from Wyverngard. I've been to most of these places. You should come with me next time, Tyrion. It's a nice thought. Maybe you can travel with her when you're less busy. It's a table for students to sit at. You've been sitting here with Celeste all morning. There's some sort of notice taped to one of the shelves. Due to constant misuse of the arcane construct's voice systems, voice lines can now only be set by Headmaster Redmond. You wonder what it's referring to. Check. I like that it checks everything so that you're not like having to click each individual one. I have a bad problem of doing that, where if like I see multiple things, like I'll click on multiple, because in some video games they'll have like multiple bookcases, but the bookcase on the left side will say something different from the bookcase on the left. So it's nice that it checks every like item so that you already know it's cleared and I'm not over here clicking each individual item. It's a holy text of some sort. It must be related to the Church of Bahamut. I think that's it. Eris and Wallace. So, you two are students of the Imperial Academy. Yes, I'm currently studying illusion magic. Illusions, that's the kind of magic that lets you turn invisible, right? Technically, yes, but few mages ever reach a level high enough for that. I'm a bit embarrassed to admit that I'm not able to cast invisibility. That's still pretty cool. What about you, Wallace? Wallace has his own unique field of study. It's probably not your place to pry. Celeste, everyone's talking about you two. Really? It's rare for the school to let any outsiders in. It makes sense. This library isn't exactly open to the public. We were only able to get access to it because of Miss Tamara's connections. We only ever get occasional visits from the noble houses, so I was curious as to who was able to break this dull monotony. Well, I'm a mercenary, but now I work as Tyrion's bodyguard. Mercenary? After her trial, it turned out that Celeste was more than capable of affording your services. However, Miss Tamara still proposed a different arrangement. After indicting Garrick Pierce, you painted a large target on your back. With Celeste being a mercenary, Miss Tamara decided to hire her as your bodyguard. She figured you would feel more comfortable around someone you were already friends with. Anyways, I'm a defense attorney. Defense attorney? My apologies. It's just not what I was expecting. What's that supposed to mean? Supernatural phenomena. Supernatural phenomena. I wonder why you would be researching such a thing. Yeah, I want to know too. Bro! I'm sorry, but I can't really say. Regardless, there are many spells in this world. Wait, what? Can't really say what. I want to know too. Oh, yeah. Because I'm not allowed to say. No, I'm searching for the eye because no one's supposed to know about that. So why are you so convinced that this phenomena wasn't produced by a spell? What we're lurking into doesn't seem to follow the classic rules of magic. Oh? How so? Please tell me. It was created by someone who's not a mage. Oh, really? So you're saying that this was something created by a person?
Bro.
Like, I could just sit here and stare, but I'm not going to do that because I'm playing. I need to compose myself. The words came out of your mouth before you realized it. You sent a small apologetic look to Miss Tamara. That does remind me of a story. A story? Mr. Cuthbert, do you know the legend about how the kingdom of Wyverngard was created? You mean the story about the ancient dragons? Ancient what? Ancient dragon. Does Wyverngard have a story about ancient dragons? It's only about one ancient dragon. The Church of Bahamut refers to him as the Scaled Lord. I'm sure you've even heard people mention him before. Legends say that the first mages were created centuries ago by him. Oh, that explains why the dragon is on top of this. Because I swear I remember seeing that previously. At that time, our kingdom was caught in the middle of a brutal war. With no way to defend themselves, the kingdom was on the brink of destruction. Our people prayed to Bahamut, the god of dragons, for salvation. And almost as if to answer their prayers, Rathalion, the last Scaled Lord, appeared before them. The Scaled Lord bestowed the gift of magic on a band of heroes who were fighting on the front lines. With their magic, these heroes utterly overtook the kingdom's enemies and single-handedly won the war. It's said that these heroes went on to form the noble houses of today. What a load of nonsense. The story is nothing but religious propaganda to prop up the noble houses. Regardless, the significance of this legend is in the Scaled Lord himself. Do you mean Rathalion? Rathalion bestowed the power to become a mage on several individuals, and to this day, that power can only be passed down genetically. Can you think of an arcane spell that can produce something like that? No, I suppose not. Rathalion must have had powers that weren't bound by the rules of the arcane arts. In other words, he could create supernatural phenomena without following the rules of magic. Please, do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? It's completely unrealistic. As unrealistic as a non-mage using supernatural powers. She has a point. It's a far-fetched theory, but it's honestly the closest thing you have to a lead right now. Of course, it would be you lot making all this noise. Suddenly a woman who appears to be an instructor approaches you. She looks upon each of you with an equal amount of disdain. Professor Bellwether! Catherine Bellwether, a creation profession. Age 34. Smash. What? That is Professor Bellwether to you. But didn't he just call you... Wait. What did he say? Did I miss? Oh, yeah, he literally said Professor Bellwether. I knew letting you rabble into our walls would lead to nothing but trouble. You've even started associating with our malcontents. The headmaster gave us express permission to be here. If you have an issue with that, take it up with him. I'll have you know that I was on my way to do just that. Wallace? Yes? How am I supposed to understand you when you're stuttering? Well, she's a bitch. But, like... But still smash. But, like, not... But, yeah. Yeah, see, you get it. The stern look. And she's a baddie. Anyway. Yes, Professor Bellwether. Straighten out your uniform and fix that awful hair. You look like a street urchin. Yo, she's a bitch, though. So, like... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm composed, okay? I'm innocent. Pure of heart. Facts. Okay, see, I'm composed. I have no idea. I don't actually know why y'all are here, because I'm a degenerate. Y'all, I'm sorry. Just kidding. I would never use a cane on me. That's what I'm talking about, chat. See, y'all get it. Y'all get it. I mean, anyway. I suppose it's unreasonable to expect anything more. But that was me. Like, see? No, something weird is definitely happening. There's something going on. This has been happening since chapter 1. It's like solo leveling. The characters will be saying something and then they glitch out and they say something else. This is literally like solo leveling. The character starts saying something and then they glitch out, the system blocks out what they're trying to say. Solo leveling all over again. By the way, season 2 is out. It started and it's fire, y'all. It is fire. Highly recommend. I know, for real, it's good. Sung Jin Woo is my hero! Ever since I started reading the manga back in 2020. Bro's badass. Anyway, okay, I'll be on my way. What a bitch. See? He's so real! Celeste, oh come on. We were all thinking it. Anyways, with that out of the way, shall we begin? I really like Celeste. I like Celeste more for her being real like that. What? Why do you keep detecting fear from Celeste? Oh, she's afraid of the, Oh, so this is fear. Okay, so it's happiness, sadness, anger, fear. I thought this was like worry or concern, but I guess worry and fear make sense that they'd be under the same thing. Why do you keep detecting fear from Celeste? Well, you finished this week's assignment, haven't you? Well, what did she say that caused fear? Oh, she just spoke. Now what Blue Blocks is also hype. I need to check out what other anime are coming out this season, because so far I've only been watching the new episodes of Solo Leveling. But honestly, after this stream ends, I'll probably hit up some anime tonight, because I haven't really touched much of the anime from this season. Wallace, you finished this week's assignment, haven't you? Do you mind helping Celeste with her research? I'm sorry, I keep talking in chat and then I lose where I'm at. Do you mind helping Celeste with her research? I don't know. Now that you mention it, I could really use some help finding a specific spell formula. You know your way around here, right, Wallace? Okay. Don't worry, Miss Tamora. I'll be more careful from now on. Please do. I still have some business to take care of here, so I'll leave you all to it. You spend the next few hours searching through the library's books of theirs. You hadn't thought to look into the ancient dragons, and the library had books about them in abundance. There was one problem, though. There are a lot of myths and stories about the ancient dragons, but it's pretty difficult to tell fact from fiction within these accounts. Can't be helped. The Church of Bahamut is the dominant religion of our kingdom. We have the bones of dragons displayed in museums, but those bones are the only widely known evidence of the dragon's existence. Except for Rathalion, possibly. I wonder if he's still alive, like you said. I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government. Wait, really? As the savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. Romance, Shangri-La, Frontier Season 2 is also airing. Dude, that's fire. I need to finish the first season. I was like 12 episodes into the first season. So yeah, I'm behind. Or was it 12? Maybe 10? I had started it when it was first airing the first season, and then I fell behind. and then I fell even more behind. Anyway, that's that. I need to catch up with that one. Watching Daima. I have so many I need to watch. I know I still have to watch Dawn to Dawn. Like, I know so many people were recommending it. I never even watched the first episode because like the plot seemed kind of. At first, the plot seemed really stupid, with them talking about his balls being taken, and then like 3 to 4 episodes in, people were like, "Oh my god, this shit is fire! You need to watch it." And I had so many people on TikToks and stuff recommending Dawn to Dawn, like this shit is gas, and I never watched any of it, so I don't know. I'm only 5 episodes into Dawn to Dawn. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not in any. I've just seen like clips from the TikToks, so I need to give that one a shot too. Just got so much going on. As the savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. The ancient dragon's authority technically rivals that of King Olivier. Wow, I had no idea. How have I never heard of this before? To be honest, that law is just a way to revere him and appease the church. Well, Rathalion couldn't possibly be any worse than the nobility. You're so stuck in your own thoughts that you accidentally bump into a bookshelf. The shelf begins to tip over and you're able to catch it before it fully falls over. Watch, a book conveniently is going to fall out and it's going to be the only one he needs. But not before several books fall out from their shelves. What did I say? He's going to start picking up books. One of the books going to be the book he needs, because that's how it happens in these stories. You hit the ground with a cacophony of thuds. Some students glance in your direction. Be quiet. Sorry. Be quiet! Eris begins giggling. She seems amused by what's happening. Hey, are you okay? I heard a loud... Whoa. Celeste stares at the pile of fallen books. What did you do? Forget that. Just help me clean this up. There's no need for that. Construct. I require assistance. Acknowledged. I'm guessing that this is just a robot. I don't think this is a real thing, because if it's a construct, right, it's just a magical presence inside of this. I'm gonna give it a robotic voice. What? Upon Eris's command, one of the nearby suits of armor suddenly springs to life and begins walking towards you. The voice coming out of it sounds human, but it lacks emotion. Oh, so it doesn't sound robotic. Okay, well, whatever. Why does it sound familiar? Wait, did you do that, Eris? Yes, this is an arcane construct. It's a suit of armor that's animated using artificery. They're designed to carry out various tasks for the students. Oh, clue. Arcane construct type clue. Arcane constructs are suits of armor that are animated using artificery. They can carry out simple tasks when ordered to. The ones in the Imperial Academy speak using the voice of Catherine. Oh, Catherine Bell. Okay. These voice lines can only be changed or adjusted by the Academy headmaster. Every command given to a construct is stored in its command log. However, this command log must be cleared regularly. Really? I didn't know anything like that existed. They're still experimental, so they aren't available to the public yet. With that being said, construct, please place these books back where they belong. Acknowledged. Fuck, I gave it a robotic voice. Oh, whatever. Well, sometimes I just feeling a rush and have you watch that. I was like 7 or 8 episodes into that one. I have a bad habit of like starting anime and not finishing them. Like, the amount of anime I have started and not finished is ridiculous. I normally will start like 7 anime at the beginning of a season, but by the end of the season, I've only finished like 3. It's only like the top 3 to 5 that keep my interest that I finish. I've seen 3 episodes. Is this sub or dub? I watched sub. Ghost Stories. I have only seen clips of Ghost Stories. Ghost Stories is one that I've always needed to watch in dub, but I've only ever seen the clips after all these years. Yeah, no. I've heard so much about the dub and seen so many clips, but one day I really need to go through that. On the other hand, since the beginning of this year, well, no, I guess, since the beginning of this year, I have watched the entirety of Hunter x Hunter for the first time, and then just recently I finished the entirety of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood for the first time, which, ironically enough, Full Metal Alchemist, the original, was the first anime I ever started in my entire life when I was a kid, and it traumatized me so much that it was also the reason that I didn't start watching anime until Cece persuaded me to give it another shot in high school, because of a certain Nina scene. If y'all have seen it, you know the Nina scene. When I was like 8 years old, it scarred me. And then I've watched all Brotherhood. So now I can say in the span of like the last like 8 months, I've watched 2 of the biggest anime, like most well-known anime of all time, for the first time. After like almost a decade of having like, watched anime. Took me almost a decade, but we finally did it! We finally got... Gurren Lagann was, again, another anime that someone else got me. And when I was 2019, one of the guys in AIT got me to watch it, and we watched it together. So, the majority of, like, big anime have been me watching them with someone else. But yeah. Not because I didn't find them interesting, I just have a bad habit of pushing, like, the larger, more well-known anime off to the side. But I'm finally knocking out the big ones. Like, I still need to watch Cowboy Bebop, and I know at some point I need to... Like, I started Mob Psycho and just finished Season 1 today, after all this time, and started on Season 2. So, yeah. I'm actually really loving the artwork. Like, all the characters in this game, I love the characters in this game. Like, I'm loving for no particular reason. On Eris's command, the construct begins quickly picking up the books. It moves with inhuman efficiency. After only a few seconds, all the books are back on their shelves. Okay, so I guess I was wrong about one of the books falling down and being one of the ones they needed. Well, so they do whatever you tell them to do? Well, there are some limits to... Construct, tell me that I'm the fairest maiden you've ever seen. Command rejected. Oh, what? I guess they're not allowed to lie. Damn! You feel a sharp pain in your side as Celeste quickly jabs you. The construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether. Damn, that was like an Ash level roast. Like, OG Ash roasting Misty level roast. What about Valkyrie? I don't, Valkyrie what? Like, is Valkyrie an anime? I haven't seen Valkyrie. Unfortunately, you can't make them say anything other than what's recorded. Only the headmaster can change those settings. Artificery that can record audio. I've never seen anything like it. But you just said that they're experimental, right? Maybe if I keep asking it, it'll just give up and do it? I would advise against that. Even if the commands are rejected, they're still stored in the construct's command logs. Anyways, we should probably get back to work. Fine. We read more about the ancient dragons, but most of the stories read more like fables than actual historical accounts. Steam is exposing me. Oh, did it just show you getting on something? And I was missing it because, like, I've been looking back and forth between... I don't feel like I'm making any progress. Oh, that's great. I don't feel like I'm making any progress. Suddenly, you hear a thunderous, low-pitched sound blare across the room. Sounds like a high-pitched horn, but with its volume turned up to unnatural levels. What? Celeste, do you hear that? How could I not? What is that? You didn't touch anything you weren't supposed to, right? What? Of course not! It finally stopped. Eris, wasn't that the lockdown system? Yes, I believe so. Lockdown system? The Academy is outfitted with a large artificery system. In a state of emergency, it will erect magical barriers throughout the building. State of emergency? Should we be worried? Don't worry, the lockdown is designed to keep everyone safe. We're safe as long as the barriers are up. But Miss Tamora, she said she was going to do something on campus. I'm terribly sorry. You suddenly hear a disembodied voice echo through the library. Sounds like it's being projected magically. It's the headmaster. He's using the intercom system. Students and faculty, please remain calm. But there's been a murder on the academy grounds. What? Please stay where you are and wait for law enforcement to arrive. Damn it, we have to get out of here. I'm afraid that's not possible. The lockdown system protects and locks each room. We can't leave this room until it's deactivated. Well, we won't know until we try. You run to the entrance and begin frantically pulling on the door's handle. You try to put all your strength into prying it open, but it doesn't even budge. Tyrion, stop! Damn! Sue Storm is invisible from Marvel Rivals. Solid 10. Especially with the new outfit. Like, no, I didn't say anything. But like, that outfit makes it a solid, like, 15 out of 10. Anyway. Like, y'all know the alternate costume thing I'm talking about. They be showing that shit on YouTube ads and shit, and I'm like, damn! Baddie alert. Okay. And what is with these looks? Like, Yes, please. But, Miss Tamora, I know that you're worried about her, but there's already been a murder. We don't know where the attacker is or if they're still armed. The best thing we can do right now is stay here and wait. She's right. Damn it. Celeste's hand rests on her sword. Her eyes are carefully watching the entrance. Wow, we've been here for hours and she still hasn't stopped watching the door. She was also able to calm you down earlier. It's easy to forget sometimes, but she's always reliable when it really counts. What? Students and faculty, thank you for your patience. Law enforcement has secured the building. The lockdown has been lifted. However, please remain in the building until the master is barely finished with his message before you're out the door. Tyrion, hey, don't go off on your own. You desperately run through the academy hallways. No. Miss Tamora? Miss Tamora, where are you? You have no idea where you're even going anymore. You can feel your fear and anxiety rise with every passing moment. Where is she? Cuthbert? Okay, so it wasn't her that was murdered. Did white-haired girl go up in ranking? I mean, I don't think she ever went down in ranking. I would say right now, Tamora is definitely number 1, baddie alert. But then I would have said that Celeste was number 2 from like pretty much the beginning. Because Ruby was the first female character I think you get introduced. You might see Celeste in the beginning. No, I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Yeah, no, you don't see her until you get to the tavern. So yeah, I'd say my ranking has pretty much remained the same. It'd be her, and then Celeste, and then Arya Steelwind. That's my top 3, as of right now. What's wrong? Why are you shouting? Miss Tamora, calm down, you're hyperventilating. I heard there was a murder and I've been looking all over for you. You were worried about me. You hug Miss Tamora tightly as you're overcome with emotion. She's usually not receptive to affection, but you don't care. You're just relieved that she's safe. Tyrion, there you are. And you're crying. Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you so much. We heard the announcement. Do you know what happened, Ruby? I do, but... You see Miss Tamora glance at Wallace for a brief moment. For now, I think we should head to the foyer. Huh. You arrive at the foyer and see the room swarmed with a legion of familiar knights. It's not the Inquisition. Don't tell me. The headmaster mentioned that there was a murder on campus. Someone used magic. Hey, you there! As you enter the foyer, Commander White notices you and begins marching in your direction. But his attention isn't focused on you. Huh? Are you Wallace Nightgrave? Yes. But by the authority of the Wyvern Guard Crown, I'm placing you under arrest. Not again! Hey, what are you doing? You three! The hell are you doing here? You said he was under arrest? On what charges? This kid is charged with the murder of Catherine Bellwether. What? That's who died? Wasn't that the professor you met in the library earlier? Like hell you're arresting him. He was with us in the library for the entire morning. There's no way he could have murdered her. Move aside, Celeste. But Miss Tamora is right. If Wallace is a suspect, we can't stop the Inquisition from arresting him. No. Don't worry, Wallace. We'll get to the bottom of what happened. Without a word, Wallace allows the Inquisition to drag him away. My apologies. Oh, wait. There is a chance that Catherine Bellwether died. So, we saw Catherine Bellwether walk in, right? But my guess right now is that the Catherine Bellwether that walked in wasn't Catherine Bellwether at all. It's very possible that it was an illusion by Eris that walked in and walked out. Which would... It couldn't have been a construct that had an illusion cast over it, because a construct has set... Unless they changed the... Either way, I'm going to assume that she was dead before, because if he was in the room and we saw her walk in, that would give him an alibi, right? That would seem to say that there's no way he could have done it. But if she was dead before that and that was an illusion that walked into the room, then his alibi is dust. And so is Eris's. Is there going to be a ranking in this game? Well, I didn't really have any intention for a ranking in the game. I was just going based off my current, like, thoughts. My apologies. I'm going to go and check on him. It's terrible. I still don't understand. Why would they suspect Wallace of all people? I'm not sure myself. Unlike most magical homicides, the school is filled with plenty of mages. There has to be a long list of suspects. Isn't there anything we can do? I'm going to go investigate what happened. Cuthbert. Yes? He hasn't accepted you as his attorney yet. You don't even know if he'll be working this case. But I know that he's innocent. I just can't sit here and do nothing. Well, I clearly can't stop you. But please remember that being an attorney is your job. It's not charity work. Don't come crying to me if you run out of gold. Right. Anyways, I still have some business to take care of in the city. You should be okay handling this. Yes, we'll take care of this. Good. I'll leave everything to you then. Alright, let's go, Celeste. Right. I guess we'll just overwrite that. We already beat the first case. There's no reason to keep a copy for the... yeah, I'll play for a little bit more. I'll probably play, depending on how long it takes, I'll probably play all the way up until the beginning of the first case, because... if I'm going to do the case, I want to have adequate time, and I feel like that's going to take like 2 to 2.5 hours. So, we'll most likely be playing all the way up until the start of the second case. Is there going to be a ranking in this game? The illusion is the best logical response. That's my thought process. It's been a few hours since Wallace was arrested. You and Celeste were with him during the lockdown, so the Inquisition had to take your statements. But the more they questioned you, the more you could tell that they had doubts about your testimony. You'll need to do more if you want to establish an alibi for Wallace. Sigh, that took longer than I expected. We've already lost a lot of time talking to the Inquisition. But we should be free to roam around now. Where should we go first? The crime scene sounds like a good start. We still need to figure out what actually happened. Ruby said that the body was found in Lecture Hall 2B. It's in the west wing of the school. Alright, that seems like a good place to start. So let's just... Oh, she's gonna give us an assist. Well, I don't want to use the assist just yet, but let's just investigate this main foyer. It's a painting of a man with some sort of creature on his arm. There's some text under it. Dr. Delbert Tafros, a mage, historian, archaeologist, anthropologist, and botanist. Best known for his work in studying the history of the ancient dragons. Through his work, great leaps were made in the study and development of the school of evocation, and his arm is one of the last pseudo-dragons which have now gone extinct. It's a painting of a professor with some kind of magical tool. There's some text under it. Dr. Paul Biorella, also known as the Archaeologist of the North. He spent many years studying and exploring the mountainous regions of Chardalon. Through his investigation, he came upon one of the many layers of the Scaled Lord. He was honored both by the Church and the Wyvern Guard Historical Society for this impressive discovery. It's a statue. There's some writing on the platform it's on. Gillian Chemnitz, the inventor of early artificery. So this guy's the one who invented it. You'd have thought that we could use machines to harness magical energy. Artificery is truly a marvelous invention. With it, anyone can utilize the convenience of magic without having noble blood. Although the expenses of owning artificery present their own barrier. But that expression on his statue kind of looks like he doesn't want to be here, even though his statue is huge. He does give off that attitude, doesn't he? Maybe he also didn't respect the nobility. Hey, stop right there! As you try to enter the classroom, you're stopped by one of the Inquisition Knights. I'm the defense attorney for the accused. We have a right to investigate the crime scene. Yeah? From what I've heard, the kid doesn't have an attorney yet. Right, you haven't been able to talk to Wallace about that yet. It's quite alright. Let them in. Lady Steelwind? Do not call me that. While you work under me, you will address me as Prosecutor Steelwind. Yes, Prosecutor Steelwind. What's that smell? As you enter the classroom, you find yourself inhaling a sour and rancid odor. The stench is so overwhelming that your eyes begin to tear up. Don't worry, you eventually get used to the smell. What are you even doing here, Steelwind? Here to coordinate the investigation. You look around the crime scene, there isn't a single Inquisition Knight in the room. Isn't that the Inquisition's job? Due to the circumstances, I've decided to handle this case personally. Well, since we've got you here, could we ask you some questions about what happened? I assume that you're planning to defend this case. That'd make you my opponent. What do I have to gain from helping you? Right. However, I would be willing to answer your questions, but only if you answer some of mine as well. Oh, okay. What could she possibly want to ask you? Miss McCoy, it's my understanding that you were adopted. Do you happen to know who your birth parents are? Hey, isn't that too personal of a question? You agreed to answer my questions, didn't you? But I didn't think you meant... It's fine, Tyrion. I'm fine with answering if it helps Wallace. I don't know who my birth parents are. I've never tried looking for them. I see. If I recall correctly, your spell compendium only contained one spell. Considering your upbringing, how did you learn Mage Blade in the first place? I bought a scroll from a merchant a few years ago. It had Mage Blade's spell formula on it. But I know more than one spell now. I actually just learned a few new spells today. I'm sorry. Spells? As in plural? How long did it take you to learn these spells? A few hours, I think. Multiple spell formulas within a few hours? What was that just now? I see. Well, I think that's all I need to ask for now. Okay, I guess she has to be of some higher nobility since she has an easy time learning spells. She's sharing information about the investigation for that? Why is she so interested in Celeste all of a sudden? Rancid smell. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. That smell is driving me crazy. What is that? From what I understand, there was a bit of an accident a few days ago. It happened during one of the classes that the headmaster was teaching. He misread the instructions for an alchemy experiment, and as a result, he accidentally produced this rancid-smelling vapor. Vapor? It's not poisonous, is it? Of course not. I wouldn't be standing here if it were. Just extremely unpleasant to the senses. Foul classroom smell clue. Weeks ago, the headmaster performed an alchemy experiment incorrectly in lecture hall 2B. The resulting chemical reaction produced a rancid yet harmless vapor that still lingers in the room. The murder. Do you know what happened here, Steelwind? Well, it all began when the City Watch received a call from the Academy. Supposedly, there was an attack on campus grounds and the entire building was put on lockdown. The City Watch set up a perimeter around the building while they waited for the system to deactivate. Couldn't the Academy have let them in once the scene was secure? Not sure about the specifics, but supposedly the lockdown can't be shut down manually. You'll have to ask one of the Academy's admins if you want to know more. Anyways, you two were also present during the lockdown, am I correct? Did either of you see anything suspicious? No, but we actually met the professor that morning. She was still alive then. I see. That does match with the accounts from our other witnesses. Do you have any idea where she went after she left the library? The headmaster gave us permission to be here. If you have an issue with that, then take it up with him. I'll have you know that I was on my way to do just that. She said that she was going to meet with the headmaster. She also mentioned that when I questioned him. She attended the meeting as planned. If the headmaster met with Bellwether, you'll probably want to speak with him next. She must have found her way into this classroom afterward. Do you happen to have a map of the academy? I do. I have extra copies if you'd like one. What is it? There's only one direct path from the headmaster's office to this lecture hall. 2B, and it's at the end. Yeah, you'd have to go through here. At least from what the map is suggesting. Unless there was some kind of teleportation magic. But I wonder if she took any detours. How was the body discovered? Do you know how the body was discovered? 2 members of the kitchen staff spotted her collapsed inside the classroom. They reported the situation to the campus admin while they attempted to save her life. It was too late. The professor had already passed away by the time any healers arrived. Those 2 staff members. Who were they? I believe their names were Valentina and Valerie Linus. They were apparently sisters. Norm was the one who collected their statements. Did you notice anything off about their behavior? From what he said, they had a few quirks, but nothing too suspicious. Quirks? He told me that they were running and spinning around him during questioning. What does that mean? I have no idea. Perhaps they were still on edge after finding their co-worker murdered. You'll definitely want to speak with those staff members. Who discovered the body? Type clue. The body was discovered in lecture hall 2B by Valentina and Valerie Linus, 2 members of the kitchen staff. According to Commander Orm White, they were being hyperactive during questioning. Why is Wallace a suspect? I've already told the Inquisition this, but Wallace was with us the entire time. He couldn't have committed the murder. Yeah, he has a perfect alibi. Strong, maybe, but his alibi is far from perfect. Miss McCoy herself told us that there was a small time period when she wasn't with him. Oh shit. Right. It was when I came to check on you after you knocked over that shelf. I got a little lost on my way back to Wallace. But still, we only lost each other for a few minutes. That may be, but unless his alibi is airtight, the evidence in this room proves that it was him. What do you mean? It'll be easier to explain once you examine it yourself. Interesting. Tyrion, I almost forgot. Since this is our first official case together, I wanted to show you something that I learned. Okay, what is it?
Imperio Arcanum.
Yo! She has a voice line. Alright, cool. I like Steelman's design. Yeah, same. Like, I like a lot of the designs in the game. And the like, magic aspect to the game that isn't in the other, like, murder mystery games of this type, I also really like that. She did something. What was that? That is the incantation for the detect magic spell. Detect magic? Wait, does that mean... Yep, we can see magical traces while we're examining crime scenes now. That will help a lot. Detect magic. Your bodyguard Celeste can now cast the detect magic spell. While examining a location, press the detect magic button to make magical traces visible. If there are any magical traces at your location, you'll see a covered overlay. Colored overlay, okay.
Imperio Arcanum.
Nice, there's something else that's here. There's a trace of illusion magic next to the body. We believe that the suspect donned an illusory disguise immediately after murdering the victim. Using his disguise, he discreetly made his way back to the library unnoticed. Assuming that Wallace isn't the murderer, the real killer must have used a similar disguise, which means that no one would have seen them leave this classroom. It will be harder to find any witnesses that saw the perpetrator. What? What's wrong? There's a trace of necromancy on the body. Necromancy? Isn't necromancy the type of magic that creates undead? She's not just going to get up and walk away, right? I'm honestly not sure. It's part of the reason why I've stationed myself here. What does that have to do with Wallace? Oh, you didn't know. Wallace Nightgrave is a necromancer. He's a what? We believe that he drained her life force completely using a necromancy spell. That's why there are no visible wounds. Here's the autopsy report. It'll tell you everything that you need to know. Autopsy report, Catherine Bill, type blue, died at 2:01 p.m. Body shows no signs of cuts or bruising. The alchemist report has verified that death was not caused by poison or disease. Not caused by poison or disease. Body shows traces of necromancy. The cause of death was not very likely caused by necromancy. But in the modern day, even the Inquisition doesn't commonly deal with necromancy. And on it's about what other spells he might have used. So I'm here to make sure that nothing unholy happens to the body. I can't believe it. You've heard stories of necromancers before, but why would Wallace be studying something like that? But even if Wallace isn't a necromancer, aren't there plenty of other mages who can cast necromancy spells? This is an academy for mages after all. No, there are no laws against it, but the knowledge required to learn necromancy is heavily controlled. No one in their right mind would dare teach necromancy beyond basic healing magic. Frankly, I'm surprised even one student of the school was allowed to learn it. I can see why. It's still too convenient. But it's because of this specific piece of evidence we know that he's the murderer. It's the first time you've seen a thought from Steelman. Normally, you can only see thoughts from people who are stressed or excited. I doubt that Miss Steelman is excited, so something causing her to be stressed. There's something you're not telling us, Steelman. I guess something tells me that this case isn't as straightforward as you claim it is. If you truly believe that, then why don't you prove it? I can't see any more thoughts from her. She must be subconsciously guarding her mind now. She's clearly hiding something. Probably should have checked before I checked with magic, but I guess I can. I can't believe the professor is dead. I just saw her this morning. There's a chalk outline around where her body was. It appears that most of this blood came from her abdomen. Is that where the fatal wound was? There's a lot of blood in this puddle, but there's no trail leading to it. There aren't any magical traces anywhere else in the room. I doubt the murderer used magic to clean it. Does that mean that the murderer attacked her in this room? Maybe, but it's hard to say for certain. Blood stain under the body. There's a pool of blood where Catherine Bowater's body was. The location implies that she bled from her abdominal area. This one used to be where the students sit during lectures. I can't imagine sitting in one place all day. Have you never attended a school before? No, we never had a proper school in Cornhaven. I mainly got my education from books that my parents bought from traveling merchants. What about you? I used to attend a public school in my hometown, but after Miss Tamora adopted me, she handled my education personally. It's a painting of some sort of musician. There's some text written below it. Dr. Nicholas Goss, inventor of the arcane engine. His work revolutionized trade and travel across the seas. He was well known for not discriminating between the common folk and the nobility, judging his assistants based purely on their merit. When he wasn't conducting research within the Imperial Academy, he was known to compose symphonies for the king in his free time. Looks like he was a man of many talents. Oh, they have books here too. They appear to be textbooks about alchemy. Lame. Lecture hall has a window with a view. I feel like I'd just stare outside all day if I had to attend class here. You're not much of a student, are you? I just can't spend hours sitting in one place. I need to move around. She was pretty antsy while you were studying in the library earlier. How have you learned so many spells if you're so distractible? I don't know. I just learned this spell formula. Cast stuff. See. Is that not normal? Seems to be everything here. Where else I can detect magic? Maybe I can present something to her. As a mage from a noble house, you must have gone to school here. Do you know Catherine Bowater while you were here? Unfortunately, I did. I constantly clashed with her over her treatment of the students. One of my biggest regrets is failing to remove her from her position before I graduated. Sounds like many people didn't get along with the professor. Say more, but it doesn't feel right to speak ill of the dead. Valid. What do you think about this, Miss Stillman? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't say much about that. What do you think about this? Okay. Nothing beyond. Okay, so if it's that, then that means she's not. This rancid smell is really horrible. Yes, I don't blame you for finding it distracting. It's all because of a mistake during an alchemy experiment. I'm surprised too. It's not like the headmaster to make a mistake like that. This gives me a lot of places to check now. So I can talk with Margrave. I can talk with the two that found the body, the headmaster himself. Back to the foyer where I already was, but I guess I can go back there. And let's check. Do you think Steelwind was right? Is Wallace really a necromancer? I'm sure he has his reasons, but more importantly, I can't help but feel like Steelwind is hiding something from us. Is that really so strange? We did make a deal with her, but we're also facing her in the trial. I suppose you're right. We still wonder what she's hiding. Where should we go next? The headmaster supposedly had a meeting with Bellmother this morning. He might have been the last person to see her alive. We should see if he noticed anything off about her before she left.
Prepario Arcanum.
And no magic. Let's go here. You follow the map that Steelwind gave you. You arrive at the headmaster's office. Oh, hello there. Wasn't expecting guests today. I'm sorry for the coming unannounced. You must be. My name is Theodore Redmond. Wait 1 second. Yeah, that's a good ability. Yeah, the detect magic's gonna help a lot. My name is Theodore Redmond. I'm the headmaster of the Wyverngard Imperial Academy. Theodore Redmond, occupation headmaster. And judging from your appearance, you must be the protege of Ruby Tamora. Damn, this guy's old. Oh, but he can also use illusion magic. Interesting. But why would he have a grudge against her? A reason to kill? Don't know. To what do I owe the pleasure? They must be here to investigate the murder. Wait, Eris? I thought you went to see Wallace. Fortunately, the Inquisition is questioning him right now. They aren't allowing visitors. He must be so scared right now. I hope he's okay. Right, she had the same experience not too long ago. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. I wanted to detect magic. Oh, I guess I still can. Let's check everything before I try that. It's a painting of someone. He looks like some sort of professor. That's Professor Lucas Gilbert. He was an instructor here many decades ago. He was well beloved by the students here, and he was quite the accomplished scholar. This was all despite him lacking the ability to use magic. He studied magic without actually being able to use it? Yes, it was quite remarkable. Unfortunately, we lost him to illness very early in his life. It's a painting of a mage, who doesn't quite look like a noble. Oh, that's Jason Steelwind, one of the chosen mages of the Scaled Lord. Wait, Steelwind? As in, yes, he's the earliest recorded ancestor of House Steelwind. Legends say that the Scaled Lord bestowed his power upon him and his allies to create the first mages. Wow, it's hard to even tell that he and the prosecutor belong to the same bloodline. As with all the noble houses, House Steelwind had quite humble beginnings. If only they'd remember where they came from. Was it him that's the headmaster? No, it was us thinking that. There's a window with a view of a garden. The headmaster has a nice view from up here. Interesting. There's a fireplace with some burning wood. Looks pretty cozy. Well, it's a small table for guests. It's not wine. No, actually, it's just apple juice. Most of my guests are students after all. Valid. Not seeing anything else. This is the part where I use detect magic.
Arcanum.
Makes sense that there wouldn't be anything in here, but I still wanted to check just in case. Let's talk. The murder. This is terrible. To think that one of my prize students would be accused of murder. We heard your voice on the intercom when the lockdown happened. Were you the one who triggered it? Yes, I activated it when I received a call from one of the staff. They reported that Professor Bellwether had been attacked. Headmaster's actions type clue. The headmaster activated the academy's lockdown system in response to receiving a call from security. This call reported that Catherine Bellwether had been fatally wounded. How does the lockdown system work? It's an artificery network that covers the entire academy. In the event of an emergency, I can activate it using this stone. The headmaster pulled out a glowing stone from his desk. You can hear the hum of magical energy emanating from it. Once activated, the system creates magical barriers throughout the building. It's designed to contain and protect each room in the building. Could a powerful mage breach any of these barriers? I doubt it. The barriers can withstand a great amount of force. They even block mages from teleporting through them. And once activated, even I can't turn it off for an hour. Academy lockdown system. Clue. The Academy's lockdown is a system of artificery that covers the entire Academy building. Once activated, it creates magical barriers that isolate and protect each room in the building. These barriers can't be breached with physical or magical force. They also block mages from teleporting through them. Wallace Nightgrave. What can you tell me about Wallace? Earlier you said that he was one of your prize students. I just need to understand. Why did the prosecutor say that he was a necromancer? Because technically, he is one. What? Well, why would he study something like that? Necromancy is probably one of the most dangerous and most scrutinized schools of magic. Its image has been long tainted by stories of dark wizards raising armies of the undead. However, it doesn't just control the forces of death, it also controls the forces of life. Forces of life? The truth is that healing magic is also classified as necromancy. Most healers don't care to admit it because of the stigma it has. And that's why Wallace is studying it. He wants to become a doctor. But there are plenty of mages who know healing magic. Why is Wallace being singled out? For years he's been studying necromancy beyond basic healing magic. He believes that high-level necromancy could revolutionize modern medicine. Unfortunately, many among the faculty don't see it that way. Wallace doesn't hail from a noble house. He's a mage that was born among the common folk. He's like me. Many of the faculty fear that he'll use his knowledge to raise armies of undead, just like the necromancers of old. The Imperial Academy isn't even permitted to teach it to students beyond basic healing magic. Why did you allow him to study it? After everything that has happened to him, I made an exception. Everything that has happened to him? I'm not at liberty to say more. You'll have to ask him if you wish to know more. Wallace's spell compendium. If you plan on defending Wallace, you'll need a spell compendium, am I correct? Yes, having a client's compendium is instrumental to equipping them. I may find that a bit difficult. You see, after a certain incident, he destroyed his compendium. What? Why would he do that? Doesn't he need that to use magic? A spell compendium is a device mages use to keep track of what spells they can cast. It's really convenient for remembering the formulas and incantations of your spells, but it's not actually required to use magic. I thought of destroying mine a long time ago, but they're really expensive. Luckily, I have an unattuned spell compendium right here. I'd be more than happy to give it to you if it helps Wallace. Oh, thanks. Wallace just needs to maintain physical contact with it for 10 minutes. After that, the compendium will attune to his magic. Just make sure that you don't let another mage like Celeste hold it. Once it attunes to a mage, no one else can use it. Unattuned spell compendium, type clue. Unattuned spell compendium. If a mage keeps this on their person for 10 minutes, it will attune to their magic and display what spells they can cast. Once it attunes to a person, you can't attune to anyone else. Wait, then how did... I have a feeling Eris might be a more... I have a feeling Eris might be a more skilled mage than what we know. Because this has happened multiple times since the start of this chapter where someone started speaking and it errored out. It glitched out like the same way an illusion would. And if you notice, the times that it keeps glitching out is when Eris is nearby. It glitched out with Miss Bellwether in the library. He's been glitching out. And who was it? Who else glitched out in the library? And it's always been with Eris around. I think that there's a high chance that the glitches we're seeing is illusionary magic. I think that might be an illusion. Yeah, you're thinking the same thing. Yeah. Every time it glitches out, I just had that exact same thought process. Every time it's been glitching out, it's definitely Eris. If it's not just Eris, then Eris is at least part of it to some degree. So we're not actually talking to the headmaster right now. We're talking to an illusion created. But then where's the real headmaster, if that's true? Wonderful, I just hope you can persuade Wallace to attune to it. Catherine Bellwether. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Yeah, because it was starting to say something else, so maybe... thought about it since it said Eris had illusion. If this isn't an illusion she's creating, that she's like changing, it's like she's changing what's being said or something, or what we're hearing, because something was started being said. It's multiple times where a sentence has started up and then it like cuts out as if it was never there. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Wow, that was a whole mess of emotions and none of them good. She was rather unpleasant to work with. You can think of any enemies she might have had. You might as well list everyone who attended the school. Eris. It's best to be blunt with these sort of things. As you saw this morning, she had a pretty abrasive attitude toward the students. Many people in the school did not care for her. Maybe she wasn't the nicest person, but would that really be enough to motivate someone to murder her? She'd often target and harass students, especially those who were from the common folk. She'd even made a habit of expelling those students for minor infractions. Yeah, especially if this Eris person cares a lot for Wallace and was upset that she kept demeaning him. I could see her killing Bellwether for it. She probably really likes Wallace because he's in the same kind of field. He's like a kind dude that was like working on necromancy, and she probably became friends with him. And the constant verbal abuse from the teacher probably set her off and motivated her to want to kill her. But I could be completely off the mark here. She even made a habit of expelling this. Oh, or maybe she was threatening to expel Wallace, or she was planning to expel him, and that sent her over the edge. She made a habit of expelling those students for minor infractions. For commoners, magic can be our ticket out of poverty. Can't imagine how I'd feel to have that opportunity unfairly taken from me. She put so much pressure on those students. Some of them even left the academy of their own volition. They couldn't handle her constant verbal abuse. Even then, would that really be enough motive to commit murder? The human psyche is a fragile thing. It's astounding what someone might do when pushed far enough. What about her relationship with the faculty? In some cases, it was worse than it was with the students. She'd often treat the staff like her personal servants. I received many complaints about her behavior. So why didn't you remove her? Sorry if this sounds rude, but why didn't you just fire her if she was just a big... Like, me and Celeste are constantly on the same wavelength here. Yes. Exactly. She's used her position to curry favor with the noble houses over the... Understandable. As you can imagine, the Academy's board is controlled by the nobility. If I ever tried to remove her, they would probably support her over me. Bellwether's reputation. Catherine Bellwether had a tense relation with just about everyone in the Academy. She had a history of bullying students from the common folk and mistreating the Academy staff. For several years, she used her position to create favor with the noble houses. I can understand why someone would want to murder her then, especially with the tensions high between the common folk and the nobility. A common folk would want to kill after getting treated like shit for long enough. It makes sense you'd want to get rid of them. I heard that you had a meeting scheduled with Professor Bellwether this morning. What time was this and when did the meeting end? Our meeting was scheduled for noon. She arrived on time and our meeting lasted until 1 p.m. Did anything seem off about her to you? That means that it was an hour before her inevitable murder, because I believe she was found at 2:01. No, she seemed to be her usual self. You sense fear, worry, concern there? You detect a trace of fear, or is it nervousness? Nervousness would make sense if he was lying, but I don't see why he'd be lying. If you don't mind me asking, what was the purpose of your meeting? We met to discuss routine administrative matters. Yeah, if he's lying, it would make sense why he's feeling that way. Despite our personal disagreements, we knew to stay civil when discussing professional affairs. Or maybe they had a massive argument and that's what's scaring him. But to be perfectly honest, it did always feel like I was treading on eggshells when speaking with her. But you were her superior, weren't you? Didn't she respect your authority? We had many arguments about how I was managing the academy. She was very vocal about her distaste for the common folk students. She was difficult, to say the least. So even the headmaster didn't actually like her all that much. Let's see if I can present anything to him. Can you tell me about this, Mr. Redmond? Oh, my apologies, I learned a lot in my years, but I can't say much about that. I'm just gonna start going through everything. Oh, okay, finally something new. Terrible thing that happened. To think that someone would commit murder within the academy, using necromancy no less. Yes, it's all a lot to take in. Anything I can get. The Imperial Academy is actually quite big when I look at it. Well, of course, we are the primary source of magical education for mages throughout the kingdom. As you may well know, most of the mages enrolled here are of the nobility. Their families have invested a lot into our faculties, our facilities. I might have said facilities, actually. Facilities.
Imperio Arcanum.
Crap, that's not what I meant to do. Just presenting stuff. I think it was the map, so this. Steven told us that you had a bit of a mishap in lecture hall 2B. Yes. I was filling in for the alchemy instructor when I accidentally misread the instruction and she left. I'm quite embarrassed to admit that my old age is catching up with me. Okay, so you admitted to it. What can you tell me about this? Okay. Probably nothing about that either, but that's fine. So we went to the... We haven't spoken with him yet. We went to the foyer and it's just her. We've been in there. We're currently in where the headmaster is. Let's check the kitchen. When did she have bandages on her arms? Did she have them when the chapter started? Eris, that one girl from Doki Doki, the purple-haired girl. Lol, are you asking if she's There's Monica, Natsuki, Yuri? I think her name was Yuri. And yeah, I'm pretty sure she did have the bandages, if I remember correctly. I'm almost entirely certain that she had the bandages when it first started. Although, the thing that first pulls you in is her eyes, because unlike any of the other characters' eyes, her eyes are very bright. Like, if you notice, like, she has orange, but she has, like, a dulled orange, right? Like, she could have had, like, bright orange eyes, right? But none of the other characters have had bright eyes like that, aside from the one character where they make her eyes really pop. Yeah, the purple-haired girl was Yuri, I believe was her name. Hello, is anyone there? I believe that's the first thing. Yeah. Be right there. Sorry, but the cafeteria is closed right now. See, like, this is the shade of brightness that I'm talking about, that, like, her eyes have, like, that shade of, like, bright, like really poppin' like this hair is. Actually, we're here to investigate the murder. We heard that 2 members of the kitchen staff discovered the body. Oh, that would be me. Occupation kitchen staff, age 19. Valentina Lanus. How about the other person? Do you know where they are right now? Oh, that would be my sister, Valerie. I think she's somewhere else on campus right now. If you're with those knights, we've already told them everything we know. Actually, we're investigating separately from them. I wanted to ask you some questions about what you saw. Sure. I'm going to have to remember those details again. You'd like to take a look around the kitchen, but Valentina looks a little anxious. Snooping around might scare her off. You should learn everything you can from her before you examine the kitchen. What did you see? To start, can you tell us how you and your sister discovered the body? Right. My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the west exit. We spotted the professor in a nearby classroom. She was lying on the floor and bleeding. I used an emergency communication device to call for help. While I was doing that, my sister tried to wake her up. I would imply that Valerie thought that she could be resuscitated. Did she know if the professor was still alive or not? We're not sure, but she wasn't responding at all. She wasn't breathing and she didn't have a pulse. So that would imply she had already... At the very least, she might have just barely died, but she was already dead. Wallace Nightgrave. What do you know about the suspect in this case? His name is Wallace Nightgrave. He's a student here. He's that scary kid, right? The one that raises undead? Those are just rumors. We'd never do something like that. But he studies necromancy, right? Have you ever actually met him? No, but I've heard the rumors. He's always hanging around the cemetery. I'm sure he's just biding his time, waiting for his chance to raise an army. It would make sense why he stays at the cemetery. He probably stays there for Emily, from what we've seen in the beginning. But to other people, it would seem like he's doing it for bad purposes. Can't we help that people think of him that way? But you can't help but be a little annoyed on his behalf. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Not good. Another set of complicated emotions. I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore. She was a horrible person. She was really terrible to all of us. By all of us, do you mean the Academy staff? Yeah, she always treated us like her personal servants. Sometimes she'd make messes on purpose, just so she could order us to clean it up. I just hope we can still keep our jobs. This probably sounds terrible, but I'm sure a lot of people are glad that she's gone. Interesting. Now, why would she be worried about that? Jobs. Do you ever feel like your job was at risk because of Bellwether? Yes, actually. She was actually planning to fire all of the staff. Oh, damn. All of the staff? That can't be true, can it? The Academy needs the staff to function. I'm not sure about the details. That's just what Jan told us. Who's Jan? He's one of the Academy's custodians. You can probably find him cleaning the halls if you look around. Interesting. And he's probably in the foyer, if I had to guess. Let me see if I can... Sorry. Anything that I can get, I would like to. I'm probably not going to get anything out of her. Given that she's not as well versed as the other characters. Just want to look through everything. Oh, the hallway. That's a whole different section. So right now we can talk to Wallace still, and we can check out the hallway. The hallway is probably gonna have some kind of magic. But let's try to examine. Celeste, this room was close to the crime scene. Could you cast detect magic and scan for magical traces? Ooh, that's a worried expression. Sure. Did you just say scan for magical traces? Yeah, something fishy's definitely going on here. I'll just get out of your way then. Wow, she just bolted out of the room. What's that about? Yeah, something's gonna be here. Let's check before I scan, but yeah, something's definitely gonna be here. They must serve the servants meals on these plates. It's a shame that they had to close the kitchen due to the investigation. It's a set of pots for cooking soups and the like. There's a rack of cooking implements hanging from the wall. Valentina must use these to cook for the students. Several commonly used ingredients are close to the cooking area. Oh, it's a plate of bread. Probably serve these as sides to the entrees. Wait, that's sides to the entrees. Okay. Don't get any ideas, Tyrion. What? Remember when we went to that fancy restaurant? You just kept ordering breadsticks and butter. Bread is free. I might as well take advantage of it. Oh, when they had their celebration. You know, eating that many carbs isn't good for you. Yeah. Lectured. There's a barrel full of some sort of drink. I wonder. It's probably not lotus juice, Celeste. Pounding. That's cute. There's a large cooking station here. We must prepare the meals in bulk here. There's a large sack of produce in the corner. There's some wine here too. Must be for the professors. Okay, nothing else. There has to be magic here.
Imperio Arcanum.
Wait, did I like double click? Why did she bolt? There's nothing. Am I blind? Why would she bolt out that fast? She bolted like there was gonna be magic here. Let's move and then move back to the kitchen. I wanna see if I like glitched it or something.
Imperio Arcanum.
That's really weird that she'd bolt though. Then the magic traces of magic have to be out here then. You spot Valentina again. She's speaking to someone in a blue-collared uniform. Could he be the custodian that she mentioned? Jan, where have you been? You still haven't fixed the plumbing in the kitchen sinks. Ugh, someone just died. Can't we take the day off for once? No. You're causing trouble for me and Valentina. Please be reasonable. Oh, so this isn't Valentina. This is her sister, Valerie. Wait, why is Valentina suddenly speaking in the third person? Oh, hello. Valentina. Oh, my apologies. I can see why you're confused. I'm not Valentina. I'm her sister, Valerie. Valerie, highness. Kitchen stuff. That explains why she doesn't seem to be bolting. Are you trying to trick us or something? You look exactly the same. I remember reading about something like this before. You two are identical twins, aren't you? You're both genetically identical to each other. Yes, we are. Wait, this means that she was the one who discovered the body alongside Valentina. Since we have you here, do you mind if I ask you some questions about what happened? I'm terribly sorry. I've already spent a lot of time looking for Jan here. I'm really behind on my work. But Jan was also nearby when we discovered the body. Yeah, they saw something. They saw something that they're hiding. They're covering up. They know something. That's why they're both jittery and why they were acting hyperactive during the original investigation. There's something they know. Yep, twins. Yeah, there's those sisters are definitely suspicious. They know something. The eyes, yeah, you can tell the looking away and the way the other one bolted. There's just so much going on here. They know something that they're afraid to speak up about. But Jan was also nearby when we discovered the body. I'm sure he can answer your questions. And she bolted off. Before you have a chance to object, Valerie quickly walks away. Wait! Do you want me to go after her? I'm pretty sure I can catch up to her. No, we don't want to scare those two more than we already have. Anyways, Valerie said... Oh, wait, Valeria? Her name's not Valerie because there's no E here. Valeria said that Jan was around when the murder happened. Maybe he saw something. Jan Hughes. Jan, was it? Do you mind if we ask you some questions about what happened? Really? Well, whatever. At least I have an excuse to take a break now. First, let's examine what we can. It's the entrance to a lecture hall. The door says that it's lecture hall 2B. This is the lecture hall where Bellwether's body was found. It's the entrance to a lecture hall. The door says that it's lecture hall 2D. It's the entrance to a lecture hall. The door says it's lecture hall 2F. It's the entrance to a lecture hall. The door says it's lecture hall 2H. I want to see if that is accurate to the evidence that we have. BDFH. So it should be BDFH. Is that what it was? The door that leads into some kind of storage closet. There doesn't appear to be anything inside. Is there a storage closet mentioned? I'm like gonna. Yep, storage closet BDFH. And I think that's what is being shown to me. I just want to make sure the signs are all right. B D, and this should be F, and this should be H. And then the other ones, I guess, are at the far end, so they're not considered important here. Let's do this.
Imperio Arcanum.
No. That's actually really surprising. Maybe there was magic used in the kitchen, but it was one of those spells that doesn't leave traces for as long. I don't know. Can't tell. Much to find out. Jan Hughes. So Jan, are you a part of the staff here? Yep, I'm a janitor. I clean and I do odd jobs here and there. Well, apparently that's all he has to say about that. Doesn't talk much. Valerie, well, it said Valeria, and now it's saying Valerie. So make up your mind, game. I think it was a typo, though. I think it is Valerie, because could have sworn I saw Valerie every time before. Valerie mentioned that you were close. They probably put the A because the other one's Valentina, and they must have been thinking of that. Valerie mentioned that you were close to Lecture Hall B before they found Bellwether. What were you doing when the twins discovered the body? I was cleaning the halls. Bellwether knocked over a vase, and there were shards of dirt everywhere. Wait, you saw the professor before the twins arrived? Yeah, like I said, she broke the vase right in this hallway. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. You might have been the last person to see her alive. Did you see where she went after breaking the vase? Yeah, I think she went into that room over there. Jen points to the lecture hall that Bellwether was found in. Did you see anyone else enter the lecture hall? I'm honestly not sure. I was more worried about cleaning the mess she made. Well, did you notice anything off about her? She was in a pretty bad mood. But honestly, that's pretty normal for her. She was walking real slow. I didn't notice her at first, and she basically shoved me out of her way. And after that, she knocked over that vase. I didn't even say anything after that, but she still yelled at me to be quiet. Did you see where she went after that? Not really. The only thing in that direction is Lecture Hall 2B. Can't imagine her going anywhere else. Actually, that's not true. Aside from the other lecture hall, she could have gone down in the storage closet. Jan statement, type clue. 30 minutes before the Anus twins found the body, Bellwether walked past Jan in the West Wing hallway. It's also possible that there was someone else in that storage closet and the murder wasn't meant to happen, but that she discovered something in the closet that she wasn't meant to. Unless the killer had already turned themselves in. I don't know. I don't see that happening either, though. Walked past Jan in the West Wing hallway. He was in her path, so she shoved him out of her way. After that, she knocked over a vase and shattered it. Even though Jen didn't say anything to her, she yelled at him to be quiet. After this interaction, she walked into Lecture Hall 2B. This seems like this was the real Bellwether because this is in line with her actions from what we've heard about her. Catherine Bellwether. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Eyes. Maybe they were being threatened. That's also a very big possibility that they saw something, or they saw the actual killer, and they were threatened. The killer threatened to kill them or hurt them if they said anything. Back from our rivals, WW. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm gonna be playing all the way up until we get to the start of the case where we're about to walk in. So if I imagine correctly, that's probably another 20 to 30 minutes, and then I'll be finishing up for the night. But it looks like we're getting closer and closer. I'm pretty sure the only other thing I have to do after this is just speak with Wallace himself, and then I'll be ending it right before the case, so that the next time I stream, which will most likely be tomorrow night, so that the next time I stream, we can just knock out the entire case all in one run. And when I played the other one, I hadn't done any of this. I hadn't done any of the actual checking for any of the evidence at the beginning of this stream for the first case, so we're actually going to be a decent ways in tomorrow when we start that case up. Heartstuck Bronze 2 at the moment. Oof. Honestly, I'd probably be really bad too if I tried playing ranked. I haven't actually given ranked a shot. I've just been playing quick matches, like the few times I played with Takeo. I've heard that she had a pretty bad relationship with the staff. She had a bad relationship with just about everyone. Students, the other teachers. I can't think of many people who actually did go along with her. I'm sure you had your own share of bad experiences with her. Yeah, she'd always yell at me when I was taking too long to get a job done. I hate to say it, but things are a lot more peaceful around here without her. That's blunt to say the least. You can't exactly blame him for thinking that. Valentina mentioned something interesting. Did you tell her that Bellwether was going to fire the Academy staff? Yeah, I remember that. What made you think that she was going to do something like that? You know those arcane constructs in the library? Bellwether was the one that ordered them. Oh yeah, they're so cool. Well, a few weeks ago, I overheard a meeting she was having with the headmaster. What I heard, she was planning to order more constructs and entirely replace the staff. Oh. Well, sure the headmaster rejected her proposal. I don't know. From the way she was talking, it sounded like he didn't have a say in the matter, which makes sense because if you think about it, the nobility favored her, and she was really strong arming him. Even though he was the headmaster, he couldn't really do much because he was already afraid that if he tried to go up against her, that was the whole reason he couldn't remove her in the first place. He was probably afraid that if he tried to go against her in anything she did, even when he had arguments with her, he couldn't really back it up because he was afraid the nobility would back her up and he'd be the one to get kicked out. And he was possibly afraid that she'd be put in the role of headmaster, which would be even worse. But only the headmaster would have the authority to fire the staff. Why would she be that confident? Don't know. All I know is that she hated having common folk in the schools, even among the staff. She was really miffed that he was hiring common folk from the community center. Bellwether's plan type. That gives even more motive for why someone would have wanted to kill her. Supposedly, Bellwether told the headmaster that she was planning to fire all of the academy staff and replace them with the arcane constructs. This plan was overheard by Jan Hughes a few weeks ago. This also opens up more people that could have been on it, so it might have not just been Eris that was in on it. Now this opens up for a lot of people to have possibly been...
Repario Arcanum.
Okay, but still not. Okay, I believe all that's left in here I'm gonna go through. I just really hope we don't lose our jobs to those constructs. Well, if there's any silver lining to Bellwether's death, it's that she can't carry out her plan. Damn, that's kind of heartless, man. Well, I do want to catch the real murderer. I don't have much pay for people who abuse the positions of power. Well, I can't blame you. I'm sure many people feel the same way. Yeah, she wasn't a good person at all. Like, still murder, you know, we still want to get justice for her, but it doesn't sound like she was a good person anyway. I just want to go over your statement again, Jan. Are you sure you didn't leave out any details? I'm pretty sure. I wasn't paying that much attention. I definitely didn't think the workday would end with a homicide. Man, I still can't believe someone offed Bellwether. It's all a little unreal. I'm sure you have mixed feelings about what happened. Yeah, I feel like I should be happy. But honestly, I don't know what to feel. It's easier to not think about it. Oh, wait, I already clicked that one. Okay, so he's just gonna say that it's anything he doesn't know anything about. I was working under Headmaster Redmond. It's great. I owe a lot to him for getting me this job. But I suppose these things never last. I must be talking about Bellwether's plan to fire the staff. Are you friends with the Lannis sisters? I wouldn't say we're friends exactly, but we do work together a lot. There was a lot of give and take among co-workers. Us commoners gotta stick together after all. After a while, we even made a system to warn each other about where Bellwether was. Bellwether was kind of a menace here, wasn't she? Are you aware of the foul smell in lecture hall 2B? Yeah, luckily Arya isn't letting anyone into the lecture hall until the investigation's over. But I'll probably have to get to it eventually. Sigh. Alchemical messes are always a pain to clean up. I am not looking forward to that. Wonder if Arya can help me out like she used to. Wait, do you personally know Prosecutor Steelwind? She studied here a few years ago. She'd always help me out using her magic. I miss that. Interesting. I mean, she had mentioned that she worked under and knew, but yeah. I just really hope we don't lose our jobs to those constructs. Oh, no. We already read that. Okay. And all that's left now, y'all, is the barracks, I believe. Yeah, we've checked every other piece. Let's check the barracks. It's over. My life is over. Wallace? Eep, who are you? What do you want? Wallace, it's Celeste and Tyrion. From the library, remember? Oh, right. How are you doing? Apparently not well. Please tell me you're going to get me out of here. I keep telling them that I didn't do it. They still won't let me go. I'm sorry, Wallace, but they found traces of necromancy magic on the body. Because of that, they're going to push your case to trial. What? They're going to execute me? This can't be happening. I can feel these walls closing in. I can't breathe. Please calm down. We know that you're innocent. With that said, would you let me represent you in court? Oh, right. You said that you were a lawyer. But I don't really have any money to pay you with. Don't worry about that. For now, let's just focus on getting you acquitted. What? Do they seriously want to help me? What was that? No, they want something from me, but... Well, I guess it doesn't matter anyways. It's not like I have anything else to lose. That's not exactly the reaction you were expecting. At least he's cooperating. The treasure hanging in the cell, it seems to be responsible for essentially a harmful item in here with the prisoners. Perhaps the Inquisition doesn't care. Okay, so it's the same thing as from this first chapter. Let's just check. The cells are broken. Even if prisoners somehow break through the bars, there's a potential to destroy a drop. You doubt that Wallace would try something like that. So there's a little bit of different. There's a locked door that leads to the cell. The door seems to be locked by some kind of magical mechanism. Yeah, pretty much the same, but we got a little bit of extra data.
Repario Arcanum.
And no magic adventures to alibi. I don't understand. I was with you in the library the entire time. But why do they still think I'm the murderer? Makes no sense. Unless... You told the Inquisition, right? Did you tell them that I'm innocent? Did they frame me? We did, but as we said before, there are traces of necromancy on the body. And with the state of the body, they believe that she was murdered with a necromancy spell. Apparently that makes you their prime suspect. I see. Wallace, we heard about the type of magic that you're studying. Don't worry, the headmaster explained it to us already. You just want to use necromancy to become a doctor, right? I understand that you have reservations about talking about your magic. In order to build a case for you, I need your spell compendium. I don't have one. I know, Eris already told us about that. That's why she gave us a blank one for you to attune to. Do I have to? It's your life on the line. We need all the information we can get to help you. So sorry, you're right. I'll attune to it. At least he's being helpful. Lost Grave Spell Compendium. It contains the formulas for the following spells: Prestidigitation, Mend Wounds, Illusory Disguise. Damn, it sucks that he has that, because that's what they're gonna push. Revive, Animate Corpse, and Necrotic Blight. Wallace's Spell Compendium is bad news. I really do think he's innocent. Heals the wounds of the target with a casting. No, I'll reread over these when I play again, because if I read them now and I come to play tomorrow, I'm gonna be completely forgetting all of this. So we'll just read through all these tomorrow. There's a lot of spells I have to read through. You understand the reason why he's studying this type of magic. The spells in his compendium are still pretty gruesome. It's a little terrifying that spells like this even exist. Sorry, I know I was being difficult. A long time ago, I showed my compendium to someone I trusted. After she saw my necromancy spell, she told everyone in the academy. That's also when Professor Bellwether started coming after me. I'm sorry, that must have been hard for you. At least you had Eris. Yeah, I did. Oh, that's a lot to read. Goodness. I think that's it. I just have to read through these and then I should be good for the night. I just noticed the My Bear is pink. My Bear? Oh, yeah. I know that there's... I forgot how you do it. I think it's underneath the stream, but I know that there's a way that you can use one of the things to change your character. If you want to change your little stream avatar. And I forget how you do it, but you can, like, earn coins. I think you can earn the coins. You might have... I forget if it's through bits or if it's through... I think most of them you can get through bits. Or, most of them you can get through channel points and then some of them from bits. I think the only ones that are... Yeah. I think the only ones that required bits were the ones that were. I know some of them. I'll have to go back and it's been a little bit. I know that I had some of the Gotcha Toad ones created for people to use that you can use with bits. But yeah. How did you and Eris become friends anyways? Another hint of fear from her. Yeah, she really finds Eris, like she's scared of her. Her fear is related to Eris. Oh, it's a bit of a strange story. Sometimes the other students would steal the ID number off of my locker. When they'd switch it with the one on my locker, they thought it was funny whenever the owner got angry with me. Eris had a bit of a reputation around our school. I'm not sure why, but everyone was scared of her, even the students from the nobility. It's probably due to some baseless rumors. One day, someone switched my nameplate with hers. I was so scared when she approached me, I couldn't even say anything. But she didn't get angry like the others. She just apologized and gave me back my nameplate. After that, she randomly started talking to me whenever she saw me. We became friends after that. It's nice. It's a good thing he was able to find a friend in a place like that. I definitely think that she was the one that got involved on his behalf. So, I have to ask, if it's caused you so much trouble, why are you still studying necromancy? I want to use it to become a doctor. The headmaster told us the same thing. But you could have just stopped after learning the healing spells. Why are you learning spells that can steal people's life force and raise them dead? Oh, because of that one disease that killed his friend, Emily. He wants to be a good enough doctor that he's able to figure out and stop that from happening again. Life and death are two sides of the same coin. That's the key principle behind necromancy. The first undead was actually a failed attempt to resurrect a human using magic. Wow, I never knew that. Right now, basic necromancy can only heal injuries and wounds, but it can't do anything for diseases or deformities. If I could just keep studying, I know that I can create a new type of necromancy, one that can cure diseases and save lives. He specifically wants to cure diseases. Did something happen to him to motivate him that much? Yes, something did. I think I can already guess the answer to this question. How was your relationship with Catherine Bellwether? It's exactly what you would expect. After word got out about what I was studying, Professor Bellwether would always target me. She'd start yelling at me for the smallest mistakes. She'd do that to some of the other students too, and she'd focus on the ones that were poor like me. It's terrible. I'd wake up each day dreading the possibility that she'd notice me in the hallways. I knew how to avoid her and stay out of her way, but sometimes she'd just come looking for me. I can't believe that after everything that she did, she's just gone. You must have mixed emotions about what happened. I honestly don't know how I feel about it. To be honest, I always wish she would just disappear. Now that it's finally happened, I just feel even more afraid. It feels like she's gonna come back from the grave to haunt me. Even with Bellwether gone, his trauma will still probably linger. I think I'm starting to put things together now. Have you figured something out? Yeah, I just need to take some time to think through everything. The prosecution wants to implicate Wallace despite his alibi. They wouldn't have a reason to do this unless the evidence heavily implicated him. How does the evidence implicate Wallace? We've learned that Wallace is a necromancer, and he's the only person at the academy that's capable of high-level necromancy. Magical trace of necromancy was found on the body. There's a trace of necromancy on the body. This means that they think that Wallace used one of his necromancy spells. Even without seeing the traces, it's pretty obvious that magic was used on the body. Right, because there aren't any wounds on it. And the autopsy report found no signs of poison or disease. Which spell do they think Wallace used? If I know Prosecutor Steele, she probably already has a theory on what spell he might have used. Prosecution will probably argue that Wallace used one of his spells to kill Bug. Crap, I didn't read what they were. Wouldn't be animate corpse. This is the one that the other guy had, so if it has to be any, it's this one. I'd probably say they used necrotic blight. That makes sense. Necrotic blight would have drained the life force from her body. Let's see, is her pool blood really? They're strange. This is strange because she wouldn't have been wounded by necrotic blight. Interesting. Yeah, if he drained her life force, then she wouldn't have bled to death. That's where the contradiction lies. Let's suppose that Wallace did kill Bellwether using necrotic blight. There's something at the crime scene that wouldn't be there if that were true. I've been thinking that too about him draining her life force. Then why would she have bled out? It should have been completely internal. What's wrong with the crime scene? The blood. Bellwether's body was covered in blood. The product applies a spell that doesn't inflict any visible wounds. There shouldn't have been any blood on the body. But then what really happened? That's the last piece. And if I had to guess, the information we need is being hidden by one of the witnesses to discover the body. Oh, Tina. She's definitely hiding something. Did you notice how she reacted when I asked you to scan the room? Yeah, she ran away. She didn't even try to be subtle about it. So did she have something magical on her? Or in her pocket or something? I was suspecting that it was in the room itself, but it would make sense if she had a magical item why she had to get out of there. The way she reacted, I think she may have been trying to hide herself from you to detect magic, which can only mean that there's a magical trace on her. I wonder what she's trying to hide. There's only one way to find out. Next time you see her, could you subtly cast Detect Magic and scan her? Alright. It's been a while since we talked to her. Valerie also mentioned that she still had work to do today. She might be back in the Academy's kitchen now. Perfect. That's perfect. Let's see if we can scan and then end this, wrap this up. Sigh, those two are finally gone. I can finally get some cleaning done. Okay, there she is. You Detect Magic to scan her from here. Alright, just jump shot the incantation like you usually do. I know that. I love the little pout. Alright, here goes. Imperial Arcanum. What is it? There's a trace of magic on her. I knew it. What school of magic is it? It's necromancy. There's a trace of necromancy on her. What? Valentina's magical trace. Type clue. Valentina has a magical trace of necromancy on her. Someone cast a necromancy spell on her within the last 48 hours. What do we do now? I'm still not sure how this fits in with everything. For now, let's talk to her and see if we can get more information on her. If all else fails, we can confront her with the evidence we have. Oh, it's you two again. They're back? Okay, just relax. All I have to do is repeat what I told them last time. Unfortunately for her, that won't work this time. Wait, did stuff change? Servers, she puts meals on these plates. It's a shame that they had to close it here. I'm just making sure there's nothing that's changed. It doesn't look like it though. Yeah, everything appears to be the same. I just wanted to quickly scan through since I saw. Talk. Magic on the body. Miss Ionis, did you know that there's a trace of necromancy on Bowler's body? That's what you used to kill a professor, right? A necromancy spell? That's the thing. If that were true, a lot of the evidence we found doesn't make sense. I think someone else cast a spell on the body. Is it possible that you saw someone use magic on Bellwether? No, definitely not. Calm down, there's no way they know. Thoughts are an open book now. If you beat her in an argument, her thoughts might show you what she's hiding. Okay, I need a psychological. Oh, we just built it. Nice. We probably built it from doing all the other stuff, so it was perfect. Valentina clearly knows more than she's letting on. She found the body alongside her sister, and reacted strangely when you mentioned someone may have used magic on the body. What is she hiding? Let's find out. Miss Ionis, from the very beginning, I felt like you've been hiding something from us. There's something that you're not telling us about. What are you talking about? My conscience is clear. I've told you and the Knights everything I know. I've got nothing to hide. Valentina's more concerned with protecting herself. Valentina's more concerned with protecting herself than doing the right thing. She will continue to hide her secrets, unless she thinks that doing so is dangerous for her. She sees Wallace as a villainous necromancer and will not feel pity for her. Contradicts emotion. Miss Ionis, it's clear to anyone how nervous you are. You can practically see the fear you're emanating right now. Just tell us the truth. It'll be a lot easier for the both of us. Let's say I were hiding something, which I'm not, by the way. I don't have to tell you anything. Why should I tell you anything? I know my rights. Client is innocent. By withholding your testimony, you're condemning him to wrong conclusion. That's not gonna work because she has no. not feel pity for him. Unless she thinks it's dangerous. Already given your statements in the Inquisition. If the truth comes out, what do you think they'll do when they realize you lied to them? This. You've already given your statements in the Inquisition. If the truth comes out, what do you think they'll do when they realize you lied to them? Who are you protecting, Miss Hyannis? You talk a big game, but I bet you can't actually prove anything, can you? You think I'm lying to protect someone? I don't know anyone who can use magic. I don't even know any mages. I definitely didn't see anyone use magic on the body. But that's easy. You have magic on you. You can't hide the truth from us, Miss Hyannis. What? You said that you've never even seen a necromancy spell before. If that were true, then why is there a trace of necromancy on you? Wait, what? There's a trace of necromancy on me? And we'll be getting answers. What? Did she not know about the spell that was cast on her? No, that doesn't make any sense. If she didn't know about the trace, she wouldn't have avoided Celeste back then. There must be an explanation for this. You successfully argued against Valentina Hyannis. This is crazy. Why is there a trace of necromancy on me? Am I going to die? Am I going to become a zombie? That's strange. Is she really unaware that a spell was cast on her? And why did she book it when she thought this... weird. Or is she playing dumb? Why doesn't Valentina know that the spell was necromancy? She knows that someone used magic on her, but she doesn't know that the spell was necromancy. Maybe it was a healing spell? She wasn't aware that the healing spell was a necromancy spell. Spell cast. Valentina healed her. Calm down, Miss Hyannis. Not all necromancy spells relate to the undead. Healing spells are also from the school of necromancy. Healing spells? Oh, it was from that time she healed that cut. That implies that she knows a mage who studies healing magic. Could that person be a student here? Sorry, I just remembered that there's something else I have to do. I'll be right back. Hey, come back here. She ran away again. I can catch her. There's no way she can outrun me. No, the Inquisition is still stationed around the surrounding areas. They'd probably intervene if we started harassing one of the witnesses. That's true. But we weren't able to learn anything. That's not entirely true. Actually, I did learn one thing. Yeah, there's one more person that's able to use necromancy of some type. There's a friend who cast a healing spell on her. Really? How did you figure that out? Good deductive reasoning. Wow. Oh yeah, because she couldn't read the thought, only he can. Well, healing magic is also a form of necromancy, right? I guess that explains the trace on her. It's a good thing we know Wallace, otherwise we might have also thought that a necromancer was trying to kill her. Wait a minute. That's it. What? Did you figure something out? This whole time we've been wondering why there's a trace of necromancy on the body. Oh, maybe it was healing magic. Is it because someone attacked Bellwether with a necromancy spell? It's because someone used necromancy in an attempt to heal her. Oh, so the friend that healed her cut was also the person that tried to heal her. It was her sister then. Maybe her sister knows healing magic and that's why she's been hiding that. She was trying to protect her sister when they were coming... or if not her sister, then whoever else arrived there was trying to heal her and wasn't able to. Oh, I see. It doesn't matter what type of necromancy spell someone uses. Spells from the same school of magic leave the same type of trace. It's not just that, the body clearly has blood on it. What would happen if someone used a healing spell on a wounded body? It would close all of that body's wounds. So even if she was stabbed, if the healing magic covered the wound, then there'd be blood all around the body, but no physical evidence of a wound. In other words, it could remove any cuts or bruises. Well, interrogating Valentina may have been a dead end, but it still gave us just what we needed to win this case. I'm not so sure that was a dead end. What do you mean? It's not that suspicious that she asked someone to heal her if she injured herself. But if it's only that, why would she have gone to so much trouble to hide it? It's too coincidental. The wounds on the body were healed by an unknown person. And the person who found the body is hiding the identity of a healer. They have to be the same person. I guess that makes sense. So, what do we do now? Valentina is definitely onto us. I doubt we'll get a third chance to speak with her. Hopefully what we have now is enough to acquit Wallace. You've done everything you can. Use what you've learned to poke holes in the prosecution's case. If that doesn't work, you can drag Valentina onto the witness stand and pull the truth out of her. You just hope that what she's hiding is enough to acquit Wallace. Spoiled noble, I demand to know why you're still holding on to my rapier. It's a precious family heirloom and I want it back. It's evidence in the current case. Evidence? The professor was killed with necromancy. Was she, though? Why are you asking me? You're the one who's investigating this. I suppose it doesn't matter. Just know that I will bring her murderer to justice, no matter who it may be. Would you like to see your progress? Alright, that's a good place to stop. I just saved. I'll save again, just to make sure. Okay. We're right before... This is a really, really great place to end it. We're just over the 4-hour mark. I've been streaming for a bit. We got some good progress in. We not only completed the entirety of the first case from where we were, but we got really, really good chunk into a really good chunk into the second case here. So that gives us a perfect stopping point. Let me close out of the game. Thank you all so much for joining me. I'm actually tired. I am feeling quite tired. Let's see, you just earned some overtime, I believe. They got so ones are for subs. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look through those again because it's been a little bit since I did that, since I haven't streamed in a while. But yeah, still think it's Eris. It's the sister Eris. Well, the fact that the necromancy was healing necromancy actually opens up a lot of different things. It actually means that it could be anyone now. It doesn't necessarily have to be a mage. It could be someone that doesn't even have magic that could have killed her, because that means that it was probably a weapon that was used to murder her instead of a spell, which would explain the blood. If she was stabbed or sliced, it would explain why she had blood all the way around her. It's also the fact illusion was there also. Yeah, there's a lot. This is one of those like locked room murders, or where it would appear that everyone was locked in place, and that's gonna come into play. But I do wonder if the storage room, or if there's another place that has some kind of way to move throughout rooms, because that's the only thing I can imagine. Also, the fact that no, when you play these kinds of games, every little detail is always crucial at some point in the game. Just like how that broken bottle seemed like it was just there to like ease Celeste's worries, but then it doubled as being the crucial piece of evidence that was needed to put Pierce in jail. I feel like that foul odor is going to be put into play somehow, where it wasn't just a simple mistake, but it was something that was actually something that actually was needed for the crime. But was still going? We here now? Yeah, we're here at the end. Yeah, I should be streaming again tomorrow night if all goes well and nothing crazy happens. And we'll finish up chapter 2. Honestly though, depending on how fast I finish chapter 2, I'm probably going to wrap up chapter 2 and then play something else. Not because I'm disliking the game. I actually really like the game. Just so we can get something else up in here, and then we can get back to the third chapter after that. Just so I'm not doing just straight Tyrion Cuthbert all the way until I beat it. You know, we're getting some variety up in here. So yeah. The next stream will probably be like this. The first half will probably be me wrapping up the second case, and then the back end will be something variety. Yes, variety. Um, what I'm gonna be doing, I have no idea yet, but we'll figure that out in time. Trying to think if there's anything else. CC gave me a lot of suggestions for different games I could play, which I'm very grateful for. There's not many people that I imagine would be streaming right now, but I'll go ahead and check just in case I see anyone I know that's currently streaming. No. Well, I'm their Sea Dog is streaming, but my little raid will do nothing. So I'll just go ahead and end the stream. But yeah, I appreciate everyone for joining. Uh, I really need to take some time after this to to edit that one video of the Bad End Theater and post it. Um, and post the other stuff, but you know, I might be a little lazy. That may or may not be a thing. Me lazy? What? That's crazy. Oh nah. Yeah, cause I still yeah, I was gonna go through. I think I honestly I might just um I I I'm trying to determine whether I want to actually like chunk it down or not, cause I actually like I feel like the only thing like I could really edit out is like I feel like I could edit stuff in like sound effects and stuff, but I feel like it kind of ruins the experience if you don't get to experience all the different like endings, you know. I feel like that's the whole point of that game is like experiencing all the endings. So I feel like cutting endings out would kind of ruin. But I feel like going through that. It's like a 2 hour thing. I wanna even if it's only cutting out a little bit and putting a little bit in. I wanna upload that one because I really enjoyed that playthrough. Uh, but yeah. Uh, Once I finish Tyrion Cuthbert, I will probably as crazy as this is, I'm probably gonna continue my Persona 5 playthrough that I'm only one chapter out of like 5 or 6 into. Cough cough, which means I'm just short of 23 hours into that game, and it's like a 100 to 150 hour game. So there's like I'm like almost 10 parts in that game, but there's probably gonna be like 50 parts by the time I'm finished with that. But you know, who's counting? What else? Oh yeah. As of soon, very very soon, I'm going to be re-implementing the wheel. Which I'm not sure if y'all were aware of the wheel. How many of y'all saw that? The wheel is something I do at the start of the stream where will spin. I'll put random games on the start of the wheel, and then I'll spin to get a schedule for that week. And CC reminded me that the schedule is all bonked because it was probably set for the last schedule for the last wheel I did. I really like the wheel. I think it was one of the best ideas I've had because it like my whole channel is luck based, right? It's all luck based. So having the wheel set up and having chance determine what we do, and I feel like that's great. Um, but yeah, I'll put the games in. We'll have it. Oh, we don't talk about that. Okay? We don't talk about that. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about that far. I'm still trying to get it back. There's a lot going on. Anyway, it's a whole bunch of lore stuff. I honestly probably need to do a re-debut at this point with my new model and everything, but I probably won't be doing that until I can fix my V thing so that my model is actually moving again. That's a whole bunch of stuff, which, well, I'm gonna try to get that up and fixed as fast as I can. It's actually frustrating. Yes, I made a bet and it did not go well. But that's fine, okay? That's fine. We don't talk about it. Anyway, for the time being, honestly, I could do a stream where I just do like a lore stream. I could honestly just do a lore stream where like I go over the current lore. Yeah, or a lore video. Honestly, I could do that. That would make that would honestly be something I can do too. Uh, should I do MS Paint? Should I do? I have it. Bro, Takio, I have this old MS Paint video from 2020. Like this was literally like a couple months before I started my Twitch channel, and it's just this god awful MS Paint video I made on my old YouTube.
Oh, what?
Oh shit. That was not a video from the channel. That wasn't my voice, that was a friend of mine's, but bro, I made a 15-minute video. My name is Jeremy. Oh my god, we're not going through this. Oh my god. Oh, y'all heard nothing. I hate this. I hate this. Why did I even click on this stupid video? What is this? I did this whole MS Paint video. We're not gonna. I just wanted to skim through this and it's already bad. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that whole when I tell you it's an MS Paint video, I spent hours. Like, no bullshit, I spent hours. How long do I actually put how long in here? I probably say it at some time during it. Hours upon hours making pictures to fit the commentary. And I'm no artist, so these are stick figure drawings. When I tell y'all, like, the amount of work I put into this, and this shit has, what, how many views? It has 30 views and 3 likes. And it's never gonna get seen. It's never gonna get seen. Very sad. Oh my god. This is god awful. Oh my god. I do miss the era of when I made YouTube videos though, cause like I actually did enjoy making them when I used to. It's just it takes so long and I'm so lazy. I love editing. Editing is so fun. I can't do both. I can't do streaming and editing. But like look, I used to put the no copyright sound music in. Listen to this.
Crap, my mom's calling. Let's see what she has to say.
Bro, this is me from 8 years ago.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Mom! This is my intro! This is my
I'm recording right now.
Why is this my intro?
No. Oh, okay. Okay, then, thank you.
Oh, thank you!
Yeah, but I thought I was gonna wait till tomorrow.
This channel will never be found. Like, y'all will never know what this channel is, but y'all can listen. Y'all can chill with me here. Oh my god, this is Draw My Thing on Mindflex.
Are you
This is
sure?
a video of me doing Draw My Thing 8 years ago. How old would I have been 8 years ago?
Oh, okay.
I would have been 17. I would have been 17 years ago.
Well, I mean, I can.
No, this is 2016. Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
well, not right now. I'm like in the middle of a video. Can you like call me back in like 10 minutes?
So it was 16. What's that? 6, 7.
Yeah, I will.
I was 17 turning 8.
Okay, thank you, Mom.
16 turning 7? 16
Love
turning
you.
7.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Bye.
16 turning 17. I was a couple months from turning 17.
Fellow cringers, today I'm here.
Oh my god. Y'all did not hear that. That was not So my name for my channel following was Cringers, okay?
And I'm
Y'all
going to be
happy.
playing another game of Hunger Games. Well, technically not another game, but
Playing
I'm going to
Hunger
be playing.
Games. Okay, we gotta end the stream here. This is bad. This is bad. We're done. We're done here. We're done. We're done. That's my dark past. That's my dark past on YouTube. Sounds higher pitched, yeah. You do realize there's a website I used to find videos through the audio. Oh hell no. Send this man back into the closet. Fuck you, fuck you. Anyway, um, yeah, we're gonna pretend like I did not just share that. That's the end. I'm probably gonna edit that out of this. No, I probably won't. I don't. I only edit. Anyway, I do have to cut this since I want to make this into a. I'll have to cut. No. This one can stay. It's the Bad End Theater one that I have to cut into two. This entire stream can stay as the Tyrion Cuthbert stream. Yeah, like I said, like Jim Bros. All right, y'all. Y'all will probably be like the only ones that hear that. My my old dark past. My dark past there. Um, yeah. Streaming is fun. I'll have to look into making YouTube videos though, because that actually did make me want to. Time to pull out Bandicam. That's what that was made with. It literally had the Bandicam tag on it. The Bandicam tag was on that video, bro. Oh my god. The Bandicam tag is on the video. With the no copyright sound for the intro. And it's literally just a moment like how they used to the old Minecraft YouTubers used to do it where they would literally just pull a clip from the middle of the video and put it in the beginning. I literally just did the cliche bullshit. Um Honestly, I'm down to edit and call at some point. Yeah. I do want to make some YouTube videos again. It's been ages. But alright, I'm gonna let y'all go now. I've been holding you hostage here for a bit. The stream's long since ended. Uh, yeah, thank you all so much for joining me once again. I look forward to streaming. It's always fun when I get to stream for y'all. This is something I genuinely love doing. Again, I like honestly, if this was like a job, I would probably do this every single day. I think one of the only things that holds me back from doing this more often is that like so much else going on in life. But like, yeah, if this was my job or like I was stupid, filthy rich and didn't have to worry about responsibilities and stuff, I feel like I'd do this a lot more because I really enjoy it. But yeah, I just showed my age. Oh no, yeah. Hey, I showed my age. 2016, I was 16 years old. I'm getting old. Anyway, alright, later nerds. Thanks again for joining me. I look forward to streaming for y'all some more, uploading more YouTube videos for you, and seeing what 2025 has in store for all of us. So I hope you all have a great rest of your night. Thank you for joining me. And yeah, that's it. Alright. And click.